big updates to map consistency, an expansion of the recall system, and the results of those aim punch tests. All this and more as we dive into the Update 35.1 patch report. First up, as we talked about in the 2025 roadmap, we're starting our big moves towards standardizing key gameplay elements of the Battlegrounds experience. This will be a phased approach over the next several updates, and we'll begin with items. You'll see things like the zipline gun, emergency cover flare, and stun gun appearing across all Battlegrounds, while things like the thermal scope and blue chip transmitter are being removed everywhere. Take a look at the roadmap for all of our upcoming plans, or the patch notes to see the specifics of this first set of changes. Another way we're unifying the experience is by expanding the recall system to all maps, which means it's now available on Karakin and Paramo. Each map will have its own specifics for the system, so check out the patch notes for details. We're looking forward to seeing how these changes shift strategy on these maps. Next, thanks to your great testing and feedback, we're ready to implement the new aim punch system to live. We're going live with the settings from our last gunplay labs, and are looking forward to hearing your feedback on the system in the live environment. Last but not least, we're making audio adjustments based on your feedback, such as your shooting, driving, and the mortar explosions. Let us know how it sounds. There's also a new contender system in the workshop, a new survivor pass, more improvements to custom match, a new rank season, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 35.1 is here, so hit up a blue chip tower, call in some friends, and give your enemies a personalized lesson on how aim punch works. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The ruinous powers gather in the west as Geeke, our overlords of PEC, and now maybe even the Masters, are looking to dominate the region, dominate the lands, cast a shadow over the whole entire of EMEA. However, in the distance, 15 hopeful teams look to try and vanquish the evil tyrants at the very top of this mountain, to try and bring some order and peace and prosperity to EMEA. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's day number 3. My name is Kalaris, and I have Mark Power and Avenger here with me, good to go. Don't know where that came from, Avenger. I just kind of wanted to say something. What do you think?
I mean, I think that was a great monologue to open the show and to talk about how well Geeke has done. And I think you set it up quite well. We're kind of putting them on the pedestal tonight, but the truth is that there's one team that's only 20 points behind. We've seen Geeke go out before with not that many points and Foot take a big win. If that happens, it's going to be a 2-horse race for the first place. Unless we have some other teams, because we have a huge mid-pack, guys. We have 5 teams that are within 5 points from 3rd down to 7th place, right? And that's really kind of unheard of. And that the prize pool is vast difference in between those spots.
Let's take a look at the numbers, as we have 20,000 in total for these teams to try and challenge for. First place will end up being 7,000 unless anybody can do anything about it. Geeke will be walking away with that. As I mentioned, though, we have looming a team like Foot, for example, who's doing damn well for themselves so far. They're currently sat in that 2nd place spot. They would be walking away with $4,000. So, Mark, no chump change here. Plenty to play for all of these teams to try and challenge those top spots.
And just to carry on what Martin's saying, Twisted Minds is not in that group of teams. They are sitting just outside. So yeah, we've got a tight group in the middle, but then we've got a powerhouse, which is Twisted Minds, who kind of activated halfway through yesterday. So I'll be interested to see if they can continue that momentum coming into the final day. We know they're good for ensuring they can get points against their name. But yeah, it's all about these first couple of games. Are we going to see Foot Esports come out and get a win? Are we going to see Geeke get that win again and maybe try and close off today? I'd be really intrigued to find, but it's only 6 maps left.
Not much left at all. Not much left. And you had a team like Slam, for example, starting out day 1 as they meant to finish day 2. They got themselves 2 wins so far. Did Slam G. Definitely one of the less household names here, Martin, but they're definitely putting up a decent fight. Currently sat in 7th.
Yeah, they had some clutch moments. I was surprised for some of them, but I'm happy to see that they're able to come in and take that match 1 there. And as you see here, our top leaderboard, as we kind of stated earlier, and as I pointed out, only 5 points between BB Team and Slam G. And again, if they're able to go kind of with the rolling of the punches, James, Slam G is, they could put themselves into 3rd place quite easy to start things with.
Yeah, they could. Very impressive so far. Still a lot to play for that mid pack, as you were mentioning. It does cast a doubt, though. You know, as much as I go on a cheeky little monologue at the beginning, Mark, it feels like Foot has to be that hero to try and topple the tyrant of Geek at the top, surely, if anybody's going to do it.
Story Master James, absolutely love it. I don't know where that came from, but it was outstanding, mate.
Thanks.
Again, I just said yesterday, I worry a little bit for Foot. I love the guys, so, you know, get on really well with T-Bone, but it's do they stop and look backwards? I think we saw it yesterday, the first couple of games. They were worried. BB Team eventually overtook them, and then they kind of threw the rule book out and they started playing their own game, having fun, as T-Bone likes to say within the TPP, as we know how much he likes it. And then they got themselves back into 2nd place. If they can continue in that mindset, I think they would do really well. But they just kind of need to figure out how they're going to close the gap. Where are these 20 points going to come from? How can they deny out Geek? And if you look at some other events, Esports are not scared to go push someone quite early. So be interested to see, watch their drops, see how aggressive they want to go.
There was clearly a little bit of that on Miramar. We saw it yesterday at the beginning of the day. And Martin, you alluded to the fact that GK was looking unbelievably strong on Miramar. So if there was ever going to be a time to try and shut them down from maybe bagging some big points, maybe that's the start for the day for these teams.
Yeah, out of the 4 games on Miramar, they had 2 wins in the 2nd place. Like, out of 4 games,
crazy.
Next level, right? Sure, they then had a 3-point game at the 12th place. Not to be kind of mentioned, but still, if they're able to go out and do that again in Miramar, it's looking scary for all the other teams. But I will say, on the other hand, Foot and BB Teams, kind of the 2 chasing teams that we had, they had a fantastic performance once we got to Wrangle. So if that kind of turns it around a little bit, we'll see kind of how that goes. But yeah, 15 points on the 2 Wrangles day 1 for GK. That was massive. They had 15 again, but they only had 1 point in the last game because they had a 14-point game previous to that because they fragged out again. And that really comes down to what's kind of scary for them, right? Because they are in a situation where they're going to come in and say, okay, we can just push anyone we want to, fight anyone we want to, and as long as you're getting like our average points per game and get a decent amount of points, they're kind of going to be fine. Unless Foot goes out and gets 2 massive games and take over, they can kind of scoot a little bit and just float and cruise through the day to day.
I just want to add to that because I think you've actually hit a really good point. GK start really strong, but have historically ended not as strong as they kicked both day 1 and day 2 off. For Esports and BB Team, we've seen them kind of Phoenix come out the ashes, and they performed really, really well. My big thing is that it's going to happen again today. Are we going to see GK do really well in Miramar and actually maybe drop off into the final game, or are we going to see Foot Esports and BB actually go quite early and aggressive and try and stop them early today, and then expect that they can continue the momentum on? We'll have to wait and see though.
What? Anything to add to that, Martin, after you almost choked?
I almost choked, yeah. It wasn't a laugh or anything. It was just a hiccup while I had my mouth closed. So, yeah. I snorted the microphone in. That was great. Yeah. But, yeah, I like that you did not mention that or didn't point it out or made any fun of that. So we can just have a normal show here for today. But, yeah, it is the final day. So why not let's have some fun with it, right? But, yeah, I love you pointing out here. We kind of talked a little bit about it in the start of the event here for Friday. We were like, once we get to Wrangle, these big teams, the experienced teams, they're gonna come in, they're gonna scoop up a lot of points. My big question is, what does Twisted Minds kind of do today? Do they have the classic Twisted Mind last day kind of turn up and really start popping stuff, or are they going to be suppressed a little bit, because they did get suppressed by multiple teams where we saw, if 1 or 2 teams just commit enough utility against them, they're just going to lose too many players to stay strong and stay alive there. So yeah, we'll see how they fare today. I'm pretty excited to see how Twist is able to do. I'm surprised to, after 12 games, only see them in 8th place, to be honest.
Yeah, and some of that success obviously came off the back of a very predictable Rondo, right? For teams that were sending to a specific spot, and they got quite a bit of points from that. And one thing that I will say from my perspective on Twisted Minds is, in the past couple of years, they have been the team the team that has been most decisive in our region. But it feels like coming into 2025, there is a lot more uptick from all of these other rival teams to be as decisive, if not more to a degree, than some of these teams, than Twisted Minds mark. So definitely, I would say, so far, definitely the hardest start to a year Twisted Minds has had, considering the skill of the region.
Well, the other team that always chases, we go back to PEC, right? And it was Quizio going, we watch back Twisted Minds, we review how they play, we look how they behave and how they hold themselves up high. At what point does Twisted Mind have to continue pushing forward? Because it feels like a lot of people have caught up with them. And yes, GK have come out really swinging. Are we expecting Twisted Minds to go explosive today? Yes, potentially. You can't count them out. But they kind of have this aura about them that they can reset after every game. We know they're going to be good for points. I just worry that everyone's kind of leveled up. They've set the bar really high, James, and everyone's kind of now got to that bar. It means EMEA is going to be really strong.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying it before the show, right? Like, you look at Korea, you've got DM Freaks. Okay, they're really good, but who else is there to rival them? Maybe a T1 down the line, who knows? And then you've got China, you've got Petrichor Road, and you've got 17 Gaming, but who's there to really rival them? In EMEA, it's so stacked. All of these teams looking to rival those top spots. Again, as you say, because they've got Twisted Minds there as the example, as the team that is the grinder that was always able to attain those top spots and be absolutely brutal in doing so. That being said, though, there's other big contenders here, right, Martin? Not just those familiar names, Win or Die and Slam G. We already talked a little bit about Slam G, but Win or Die is here to play as well. They've looked good. I felt maybe they could get a little bit more done in PEC, but it didn't quite materialize. But here in the Masters, 86 points is a really good position.
Yeah, they are. You know, they easily could take down third place with that, and also even potentially chase down second place, a foot choke from the start of the day. And yeah, as you said, I was hoping to see more from them in PEC here. Me too. That's exactly I'm echoing that a lot. But like these guys, they have tons of experience. I don't know if it's because they're just thriving a little bit more in a more chaotic environment that TPP is going to be, or if they are just, you know, like T-Bone, just love TPP so much that they're able to play around it and take advantage of it. The game we saw yesterday, especially in the Rondo game we saw yesterday from them, like they're playing so smart about things, staying 4 guys alive, like the amount of utility they're able to take in. They won against the Navi there on those riches, and they just did it so perfectly. Like they were throwing bodies at the right time, making sure that they could get the rests off, making sure that they could stay in a stronger position. And they pushed away teams like Navi, teams like Twisted. They maintained a southern position where there was 2 or 3 teams trying to take it away from them, and staying 4 guys through that really like talks to how good these guys are. And yeah, I'm excited to see how deep they're going to be able to take it today here. I think they're going to maintain potentially a top 5 spot and top 4 spot. And if they have a bang of a start, sure, they're on track to get second maybe.
Would like to see them do well. Would like to see it. That Rondo game, obviously, that you're referring to, a great example of the fact that all of these other teams are being very decisive with their movements. They moved in at exactly the same time as Twisted Minds did, almost kind of parallel to one another, and then took a little corner of those dips in the middle, rice fields, dips, whatever you want to call them on Rondo. I'm not a geographical expert or anything like that, but anyway, yeah, so that's how the lay of the land sits so far for our leaderboards. We're just a few moments out before we get into our first Miramar games here. Mark, since you're not casting the Miramar games, is there anything you're looking out for? Obviously, someone trying to shut down GK is important, but anything else in particular?
Yeah, I think that's the big thing. I'd love to see them right outside the leaderboard. I'd love to see the Ascends maybe do well at Gaming Gladiators. Is it too little, too late? Potentially, there are still 6 games, so they could have a turnaround day. I'd also like to see VP. VP have always been that kind of team that's not quite there. They've managed to get to the end zones, but kind of were shut out. They were unable to rotate through. A good start today, especially in Miramar. We know they can get the drop spots there. They have lost Leons. They have so much potential to work with if they get a zone back to a southeast. So, do you know what? I'd love to see a VP maybe take a win.
Yeah, wouldn't be too bad. Obviously, we wanted to see Ascend getting wins, right? Or at least some more points on the board, considering they are lowest in terms of those placement points. It's a bit rough. And
guys, I gotta ask, what do you guys think that Ascend is gonna end on in terms of placement points? James, you start.
With the current trend, I'm gonna say 10 placement points.
Okay, what do you
it's tough, man.
Sure, I would have gone 10 as well, but just to make it interesting, we'll mix it up. I'm going to go 8.
8. Okay. I have a little bit more trust, guys, so I'm going to go 12.
Okay, yeah, 2 extra points. I mean, an issue slightly will be that they will be playing with 3 in our first match, as one player has not got through so far. So that does definitely throw a bit of a spanner in the works for their placement point hopes. And considering that we started off Miramar yesterday, we got water treatment. I was hoping maybe they would be able to convert something off of that. I think Pains was a great addition to the roster as we take a look at our maps and how things go out. Mark, he obviously played brilliantly at PNC with the majority, well, with the roster basically, and that kind of carried through, but it's not quite gathered steam regionally yet.
No, is he still gelling in? I think it's a big question. Great guy, really, really friendly. Yes, we saw the PNC kind of ascend roster appear at that point, right? I definitely feel like they need to maybe not overcomplicate things. We should go back to your water treatment. They were in water treatment. They played north, and I kind of think they wanted to play on the edge. Actually, sometimes they might just need to hunker down into the middle. How does Pains fit into that? Well, he's a good gunner. He's always good for potentially getting points. And then you add It's Chris on the side of him. You'd expect this team to be able to convert things around. I'm really interested to see what they do, but they're going to need a shift their way.
Brutal, actually. They're missing Brexco by the looks of things for their first game, as it's Payne, Kilikai, and it's Chris that are going to be playing. So obviously we know Brexco, and now he leads things for that roster. So, well, without further ado, we will be getting into Miramar. Thank you very much, Mark, for joining us so far. We'll get you back in just a few moments' time. It's the final day of the Players Masters for EMEA. We have game number 13 underway. Myself and Avenger will be bringing you the first couple.
Yeah, and we're going to be starting off from the southwest side up towards Sierra Blanca, and that's a really fair plane. Most of these guys are going to be able to get quite easily to their drop spot. Some have to maybe grab a car over there, James, and drive the way. But yeah, as you pointed out here, unfortunately to start as a 3-man, it's not going to matter too much. It's been Pains and It's Chris that has been the carry of the load in terms of how many points they've been able to get through kills. But Chris can maybe look through and still guide them through as the guys are going to be coming in here towards a water treatment. But yeah, excited for this first one here. 2 more Miramar to go in our EMEA Masters, the first inauguration of it to this year here. So that's going to be exciting stuff.
Of course, one of the teams to shut down, as we mentioned before, PK, currently number 1, looking fantastic doing so. Everybody knows on a playing path like this where they are going to be. The question is, will anybody have any options about shutting down them potentially as they move on through this game? Shumasera, definitely very accessible, but a team that would be looking to try and challenge them, a team like Foot, for example, all the way on the other side of Tierra. They didn't want to go for that Impala drop, but the circles worked out for them anyway. This is a good position for Foot.
Yeah, also difficult circle to start things off with for the majority of the team, considering how far north it is. But yeah, as you said, Foot, this could be the start for them. They have the priority there. They could be coming in, and we've been seeing them play a lot around this western side of Elasaha and kind of south side as well. But yeah, Slam also here, James. They are sitting good inside truck stop Elasaha. They could take some of these really high priority spots. I'm just hoping that they're not going to be going too greedy around for it. Pan in hand in the distance there from Man, and he's just running at them with the pan, screaming in game. Ah!
Lobs it over the hill. I'm like, wait a minute.
Like the guys in Serious Sam that's screaming at you while they're running at you with the, I don't know, I don't remember what
Serious Sam.
That's a throwback, no?
Yeah, that's that was not what I expected out of your mouth.
You remember that?
Yeah.
With the guys screaming, ah!
Yeah, what a ridiculous game Serious Sam was. They made some modern iterations of it, and they were also as ridiculous. It was,
yeah.
What's all this Iron Sights gaming going on? Come on, guys, run away.
On a Dragonov as well, but no helmet. You don't really want to peek out like that for anybody. So that's gonna be a spot. It looks like Bushido's actually pushing aggressively and then trying to get man away from it. And yeah, I don't feel like for none of these teams it's worth it fighting this early, considering the low amount of utility they're going to be going into the game with. But here, Diffix and DK, as we're talking about, James, right? These guys obviously have been looking fantastic. We talked about it yesterday. It could be a honeymoon period. It could be, you know, these guys are... The fact is, though, James, these guys are extremely experienced, both on land for the majority of the guys, but also online. They've been playing for years. They have thousands of hours in the game. It could just be that this set of 4 people that are just, you know, the synergy is just coming in from the good, like, you know, we meet a guy for the first time, not like I met you, but, you know, other people that you like, And the synergy is just coming in.
Go on.
It's not like us. We had to build it, you know? When you started, you were mad at the burger you got. That's the first thing I remember. That's the first memory,
Okay,
right?
wait a minute.
Stop. Let me finish. But these guys, they could just have an exceptional synergy from the get-go, right? You have this insane vibe with some people, and if these guys have that, that's not just a honeymoon period. That's going to be permanent, and I'm really hoping that for Geeky.
Wait, okay, right. Allow me to rebuttal.
Okay, roger this.
This is ridiculous. So actually, the first time we ever met, we were on really well, almost instantaneously, which was good.
I know.
And then we got onto broadcast after I'd suddenly realized, wow, this guy talks so much about... I'm telling it. He's like, oh yeah, we're off broadcast. This guy won't shut up about PUBG. He's awesome. Wow, it's gonna be a great time being on desk with him. Get onto desk with Avenger. Says 3 words to every question I ask. Yeah, it's a good rotation.
It's because Steel was talking so much all the time. Okay, stop. This is almost 7.5 years ago. We can't be talking about this now. But yeah, let's get back to the game here.
You won't shut up now.
I am talking all the time. Red line on the other side as well here on the bottom. And they're really far behind, 17 points with the second team in the last place here, 33. And they did not have the start that they were hoping for. And a team that, with the experience that they have in the roster, sure, the guys might not be experienced all the way through, but there's PTC attendees from 2022 on that roster, right? And with that leadership, you should be able to have, I feel like, a little bit more of a going here. They are more than 100 points behind Geeky, our current leaders, after just 12 games. That's kind of unheard of.
Big difference, definitely a big difference. And I think you're right about the whole Geeky situation. I mean, we have watched as rosters have changed, chopped around, tried to go for other formats, other different things like that. It's sometimes just how well do you get on with those other 3 players. And seemingly it is working. It could be working for some of these other teams, of course. Win or Die, actually, for quite a while, has been together for quite a bit. And now it's always slowly coming together. It's always so hard in this region, though, to challenge the very, very top teams, because they have been together for a long time, like a Twisted Minds, for example, who, yes, brought in Example, and obviously Spiro that was there for a long time. But I feel like you could have plugged Example into any team and say, go shoot in that direction. He says, da, and then we're good, you know?
Yeah, I feel like that's the case when you're coming into any 3-man call roster that's doing well. Like, you're filling out a slot, especially a slot like a fragger. It's gonna be quite easy. Meanwhile, Stay is getting shot at a little bit here. One of the tires popped in the coop here. He even took a shot as well. Lost 21 HP. And the guys, they are gonna have to figure out, are we gonna try to support him? Are we gonna get crushed by this potentially? Meanwhile, Bushido as well. Shro goes down as the first player in game here. That's just so unfortunate. Yesterday it was the Shro show, but so far in this day here, he could be the first man to be going on. Anybody's just trying to kind of swing around, and Celtic does look to be able to get out of dodge.
Heavy weapons guy, not so scared anymore for game number 1. Throw down. Man, still trying to do something about Bushido being a nuisance up at the top. Both teams really want to kind of rotate in on the north side of the circle, understandably so, considering that it's usually a nice wide wrap. But sometimes you do bump into other teams going for the same kind of rotate, especially on Miramar, where there are basically like a few channels of rotation. People really do technically want to stick to the road, not necessarily go over some of these hills, especially if you've got coupes and things like that. The hills become some way where you can just flip very easily. I think less so in TPP, but still, it's very possible.
Yeah, for sure. It's. I mean, there's still going to be spots where it's difficult just because how the terrain works, and you're going to be delayed a little bit. But there are still these sort of highways where people traverse a lot, and that's where we see a lot of the compounds being close to as well. So you have to figure it out. And that's why we see so much drive scouting, even more in TPP, where the teams, they're like, okay, we need to figure out how many, if there is any teams in the compound, and how many there is, because if we get close enough, if a lot of people start shooting, there's going to be a 2 or 3 man or 4 man in there. If someone is hiding, we could crash it as a 4-man and take that away, right? And that's really how you're utilizing that. But you're also able to get so much information in TPP driving, because you can just look around and see so much while you're at high speed, right? So you're taking a huge amount of advantage of that. So, but dope, they are setting up shop here. And another thing you could do is you could really bait people in and just set up a fantastic trap for that to spring. And now dope, they are looking to do that on 108R.
I feel like that shot was a little early, actually, coming from X-Razor, as now ADR's fully tipped off. They're running away. I was hoping maybe they would commit a little bit more to the compound foe without dope to kind of exploit them, but not to be the case. 100 ADR goes over the road and tries to go for something. They are one, though. Keeps on over as well. Does see them. Has to fall back, though. Giving away your position like that means that nades are probably very imminent. And both teams going to exchange a few here.
Again, is this terrain worth fighting for in this spot here? Like, this circle has to go southeast and it's close to water. If it does, it usually springs away from this. Meanwhile, Slam and Lurex here connects a few shots on to 180 ADR. But yeah, again, this is just peacocking, and Foot actually has gotten some information from that. They know it's probably just one guy in the compound. They could spring onto Lurex. Slam, are they too greedy in this? It's a four-way split, and one is inside truck stop, a spot that's so easily breachable as well. I don't want to see them get too greedy after the success they had yesterday with the greed that they had on our angle. Obviously, splitting in copy-paste compounds and getting out of dodge with it with 3 guys towards the late game. That was impressive to say the least. But yeah, here they are again with a greedy split, James.
I'm going to call it balls of steel, because a few of us and other people were saying, when are they going to get together? They didn't for a long time, and they held and they won, which was very impressive. We go all the way to truck stop by the looks of things, or at least center up near there. Still some shifts that can occur. And even a few weeks ago, obviously, we saw truck stop kind of close to ending, which was utter chaos, as you were mentioning, because it can be so easy to kind of crash into, take a few buildings here and there. There's not too much elevation there for you to be able to have an overwatch of teams coming in to be able to punish them if they do crash in as well. So definitely some teams might commit.
Yeah, I enjoyed the taco shop shenanigans that we saw.
Oh yeah, the taco shop.
That was great. That was really good things. Lucarux, though, he could be getting one here. PDD goes down. That's a fantastic use of utility here. The combination with the stun grenade and the grenade to take him down. And that is GK losing one player. VP standing strong here on the southern side. Now Slam is out to defend this spot here. They are looking to get a little bit more closer together here, taking shots at win or die, James. And let's see if they can actually get it. Meanwhile, Redline takes down T-Bone.
Big moves for Bushido, trying to go towards truck stop as well. By the looks of things, trying to thread the needle at the same time. The Leventi takes down Celtic. Already one casualty gone and done. Existence finishes that off, but an attempt at a crashing on the north side of this. There's already win or die that's in there, and maybe a little bit of Slam in there as well. They've come in next to Mogor. I think Mogor wants to kind of get out of dodge here. I like that anticipated move. Just get back to your teammates. Don't want to be alone in that building, considering you know that 3 have slammed into Slam.
Could be another set of taco shop shenanigans here. That could be the case. I would love that. It's a fun building. The kind of saloon layout is pretty fun too. So let's see how that works out for them. And I kind of like where Bushido's sitting up here, like this northern side. If it goes on the northwest side of the road, you're gonna be in that last spot inside truck stop, and you have to kind of run up. But I don't see that happening. I feel like it's gonna be ending that southeast side, like south of Foot, east of Slam, where they have set up already, and they have the highest priority obviously being looting in this area here. So obviously they're going to be taking that spot. BB team on this western side playing the slow style that we know they are. And who else are they going to be running into than Ascent, that are playing the exact same style basically? It's so often we see these teams on the outskirts of the circles waiting for that third circle to pop, especially on Miramar and even on Rondo, to see where we're going to be going, because they know the circle so well.
And if the teams have been watching the kill feed, you don't even have to be paying that much attention to it. You know that already GK has lost one. Foot has lost one. That is going to fuel the desire for these teams to try and get this catch-up going. Start of day 3. Still 6 games to play. Redline looking over at Bushido. Can't really see too much here. Oh, shots coming in from Mogor from the distance from Slam. So anybody down in truck stop now is kind of in a little bit of a symbiotic relationship for the moment, making sure, well, let's try our best to make sure no other teams are going to try and get into truck stop, especially if the circle starts bearing down on us.
Twisted Minds as well. We talked about them a little bit here, what they're going to be able to do today, but very slow style from them here. Southwest side, they have some space ahead of them that are not occupied currently, and they can move in. That's a full foreman here and a couple of cars and a couple of vehicles, and that's going to be fine for them. But they are not really in this kind of high priority land. No good shots connecting here though from Hackatori and Avi taking on BB team.
All right, circle southeast of Truck Stop. So Truck Stop becomes a lot less inviting now. See, Ascend is already in cars on the move. They're going to try and thread the needle below Truck Stop and maybe dip in to some of those roadside edges, kind of probably east of Hope, I would imagine, or maybe even try and take the saloon away from Hope, which could actually work out. We'll see.
Saloon needs to not be greedy here and about taking shots at Ascend, trying to push them away here. And Ascend might realize that it's the Saloon team that's out here being greedy about it. Nitro comes out, jumps, takes some shots as well. Barrel in hand, can he connect? No. Tires pop though, takes bullets. In return, Nixie's getting breached here by Twisted Minds. This is huge.
Love him peeking out of the car, still in the car, shooting through the door. Hello. Virtus Pro really want a little bit of revenge on that maybe, as Twisted Minds has actually gone for that big crash in. Nitro still holding down the saloon. Looks like the 2-2 split now here for Hope, Hands of Hope, which makes a lot of sense. Good nade. Catching Batulins on the outside of this. He should be able to crawl in maybe and get a res off, but really depends on if the rest of Virtus Pro is going to be aggressive on it, but it doesn't look like it right now.
Nah, he's alone there. Luca just managed to get an absolute Kobe off, but he's not following up on it. Nabat here, Hands of Hope, former teammate of PUBG back in 2023. And this guy experiences in there, but it's good to see him up here. The highest level shot coming in. Melman turns it. And this is looking like lost hope now.
I love that everyone's just staying in cars when they're shooting, and even in a prone position, a standstill position of these cars, they're still staying in the cars, just shooting their things out. Slow Jacket has gone. Molotov to BB team actually, with Bestlocker shutting down Navi hard. Filthless is down though. Moldok's going to try and trade off against this. He's on that little shack, moving along with the car as well. Positioning over to the rock to see if he can find an alternate angle for this. Maybe a flash forward.
Good done.
See if he can really kind of breach this and shut down Navi completely.
And this is points needed with the team that they're competing directly against here with this pistol. Only 60 HP though. Cannot connect so far. Molotov also 66 HP only. Oh, nade in hand here. Can he make something happen inside? Oh, good nade coming in. Hackatori does bleed out, and meanwhile, he's trying to make sure they have a foot in the door, make sure they can kind of move with the circle. As the split circle pops, the damage is going to come in even higher. And now has to get this last one. Can he connect? Oh, yeah, spotted. Nice. Molotov takes everything here. BB team is down. And I think they might be able to get Phil first as well if they're extremely quick about it, or even throw him in the car. I'm not sure. But yeah, let's see how they're going to be able to do so. Winner Die looks to be holding them out though.
Now blue pressure will be rising as we have our circle shift now, and Truck Stop still in. Hard shift northwest means that it will be favoring the 3-man of Ascend. If they can do something with that Brexco, they will be buzzing for this one. At the same time, win or die. Still in 4-man here, trying to fight off against Gladiators. Flash goes forwards. Gedrock does get blinded. He moves on it around that smoke there to try and have something happen. Does Levante, but it goes back into the smoke.
Such a smart, coherent play from him. Like, they are playing around this utility extremely well. Gedrox jumps in the car. See if he can get away here. 33% HP only. Millman takes down Rocks. So now he is driving straight back to the other guys where the smoke's already deployed. Oh, well played. And that's what you get when you're in TPP. You can see your teammates quite easily. If that was FPP, that's a knock instantly. BB team, they did end up losing Phil first, unfortunately. But still, being on this west side here in this side where the hard shift came towards, they're probably going to be able to get a lot of points if they're able to clean up some of the teams that is ahead of them here, James. But yeah, it is very, very occupied on this western side. You have Gaming Gladiators, Twisted Minds. In the saloon, you have Hope, you have Win or Die, BB team. So many teams so close. Eventually, in this spot here, just south of the truck stop, this ridge that are there, eventually is only going to be able to get 2 teams on it. Mad Negative, though, that's an insane nade, James.
Yeah, trying to do a little bit more damage here for Red Line here, but MG3 in hand. Actually, there's 2 MG3s in play, one in the distance as well. Another nade tries to go forward against them, but not really connecting with too much there. As Mossboard, I think they're stuck and they don't want to have to parachute off of this. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't think they want to vault up ahead towards that. They don't want to get the high ground and peek out and kind of expose their top body here. But Slaven does have an MG. I think Naleb is lost. Yeah, Boosting is going to get that. And Mad Negative smoked himself. This Mossboard has an ace in hand. Good shots here. Only level 2 helmet, but 3 vest. But he's only peeking above with his head. Bad negative trying to get a little bit closer here. He's in a really good spot for jiggle peeking there. Foot considering, are we just gonna try to defend or are we gonna get out and get involved here? Feel like they want to take the control where Vard is on the southern side. Staying here is not gonna pay off eventually. It's gonna delay them too long.
Yeah, it does make you wonder. That warehouse has its weaknesses due to the fact that the north side is a little bit of an overlook against it, as BB team getting some shots towards them as well. They are normally the edge gaming warriors. However, it might be difficult here with the potential for a pincer coming in from Winnerdie as well as Gladiators on their south side. So they've got to be very careful about this and make sure that they've got utility available. Aduzi's making a move. They understand there's a bit of desperation here for them to really do something, knowing that there'll be a team coming in from truck stop.
Was this too aggressive? I'm not sure. Extends Dante on this same ridge here. Gets Molotov. Dusi can peek out. Extends holding that angle as well. Good shots coming in. Good peek from Extends. The information you're able to get from being in TPP is just too good. That ridge was too strong. Melman knows there's only one guy knocked there. They're going to be able to confirm here. We did get a knock onto Extends from this backside here. Twisted Mind's getting involved now, James.
And at the same time, Geek getting ripped apart on the south side. Good for the rest of the lobby as Dante and Melman still looking that way. 180 yard down and out. Pains and the boys deal with that. BB team down as soon as Win or Die crest the hill. We kind of expected the pincer maneuver coming in, but they're actually putting in some damage here against Gladiators as well. They're on the warpath.
Yeah, they're taking the control. They know that they have that back screen. They can focus on everything ahead of them. This ridge is so strong. Shots are coming in from multiple angles here. Even Twisted Minds is trying to pinch them. This looks like a burger you don't want to be in. You don't want to be the patty as the Gaming Gladiators is right now. They have to fight to get in. And there's a team ahead of them in the saloon that's going to be holding them out. To example, finds the remainders of GK Esports. They got an 11th place with no placement points and only 1 kill. That is massive for everyone trying to chase here. Foot, no kills so far, but still 3 men alive. They could make something happen with the amount of control they have on the northern side.
Especially since it was Twisted Minds who was also trying to scramble for some points to join what is effectively that middle to top pack, right? They are just on the cusp of it and doing all right for themselves. Anybody takes down Iroh though. Bushido is caught on this side of this mountain. Could be a bit difficult. If you're going to throw down any smokes or anything like that, they may bounce in a problematic way. He falls all the way down. Metabay takes huge advantage of that, understandably so.
Oh, that's just so unfortunate. This exact spot here, you can slide so far. That's exactly what happened here. Now Bushido, 2 kills and down to just Metabay. That's a good nade. Good amount of damage done. 5 damage per second from the blue zone, but he has a blue zone backpack, and now he has to start healing quite a lot. More shots come in. Didn't connect. Anybody does go down too.
It's chaos. Don't know about this for Metabay. He needs to go for another heal, but his time is running out. Yes, it is boosting. I mean, he already knew where they were before. He was peppering some shots that way too. Brilliant nade for him. As now, yeah, technically very, very powerful. Pixelit's just going to hold this angle for a little while and then use Vardenatesy as his anchor point. Once he realizes, okay, well, my time's done. Oh my days.
Full automatic. This guy is just too good at the game. Like, it's just annoying to look at how good he's able to control it too. You just get destroyed. Like, Arctic has spawned Presenti here. Win or Die and Slam are going to be engaging. Oh, third party from this side. Levante gets involved. Gaming Gladiators, that's going to be great on the money here. Presenti goes down. Win or Die down to just 2 players now. Slam can take advantage of this. Nice. This is a fantastic peek, but he turns on him and he gets third party actually from this side. That's huge. Win or Die goes down 9th and we're into the placement points.
I thought it was going to be an MG3 absolutely blasting him at the same time. Big power through from Levante and Gladiators here, knowing that they need to make a move from this west side. It worked out pretty well, significantly, in fact, with the saloon now being theirs for a moment. They still need to make a move a little bit later on, though. More shots coming in from Win Without Dope against a very far target. Ascender's been able to exist underneath some of these fights that are going on. It's been perfect for them after the fact where they threaded the needle south of where Truck Stop was.
Man goes out in 7th place, also in placement points now. Slam, as we were talking about here, James, I'm not sure this is going to work out. Pixelic with a Fama is holding this. They have to get out of this ridge here. They have a car maybe available to them. I don't know if all the tires are on, though. No helmet for Artix. This is going to be unfortunate. Is it worth it to go in and get this other car? I feel like it is. So one of the tires is popped on it. Utility coming in here, being committed from Foot. Not connecting too much just yet. Boostic knows where it's coming from. He's going to turn that in. No, that's just an unfortunate time to go in. One more nade coming in, and he's hurt by the blue. And Artix is going to be going down. That's fantastic for Foot. They might be able to take the majority of the control here off this northern side. X-Razor inside them. Good molly, yeah. I don't think it connected. I think it's under the car.
Yeah, they just backed off for a minute, a little bit there. Mornay's go forwards. He's actually been able to try and swing around on them, but Example's there on the off angle to make sure nothing more goes on here without Dope. Still trying to go for something. Example's in the distance. Did see those smokes that were there, so he's careful about peeking over a little bit more. But yeah, I think you've got to be even more careful than that. Jeez, yeah, he moved just as some shots flew over his head there.
Yeah, he's able to get so much information, but this high ground here, so many people are looking at it. And also from the distance, Example is holding it. Now he's also running in here. Lou finds him, takes it down here. The south side looks to be Twisted Minds. They're taking it by force.
Yes, they are. This could pay huge, huge rewards for them as they are gone.
7.
They are 1 is gone. I'll rephrase that. Without Dope's looking to disengage from it, but at the same time, Melman's having a little bit of a sneaky peek over what's going on here. I think Gladiators realizes what's going on that south side. Maybe they want some of this high ground. Nobody really wants to be along the roadside, because that could be a very, very big vulnerability.
Perfect. Good spotted. That's Melman. Good spot for it. Example comes in to absolutely destroys Melman. As he gets taken on from the side here, Levante opens up. They're taking on aggressively here, and Twisted Mind lost 2 players. 2 of them knock. Extends, bleeds out to Pains. Now Batulins has to take on Dope by himself.
Little jump peek there through some of the smoke. Seeing what was going on. Foot is trying to do Foot things, taking huge area if they can get away with it. They don't actually have that much ammo available to them. They were hanging around in that warehouse as well as the crates for quite a long time. Little flash forwards here from Twisted Minds, trying to still deal with without Dope that have been able to leapfrog forward them into that dip. M249 in hand, that could rip them apart very quickly, but it will be the Org that does it. Notice getting taking 1. Big Lick does steal it away though. Very nicely done from the distance.
17 HP only for Toolins. Can he make something happen? Gets him down a little bit. Recap has to hit the deck as well as Skeen, and still in a spot where he can do some damage. Toolin gets the first hit off up to 75 HP now. He's a little rich. That's working just a little bit for him, but the zone has popped north. Foot is looking to be in insane control. Gaming Gladiators 10 kills for the guys. Ooh, that's huge. That's an impactful knock here for them. That could mean that they could take them on directly. One more good nade does insane damage on this Chris. Batulins opens up. He gets both of Dope, takes down both Recoup and Skeenen, and then Pixelic in the distance finds him, and Twisted Minds out in 5th place.
Shuts it down. They're not going to be too unhappy with 9 kills in the end, though. Now we have Ascend, Foot, Gladiators, Slam. No 4-mans up at the moment, but Foot is trying to take the lion's share of this circle. They're the only team in this circle right now. So all they have to do is hold off some of this. And we've seen how Varda's been popping off in the last 2 days. So I would be terrified from the other teams, maybe looking for that 2nd place, because Foot is in full control.
Yeah, 25 kills in 12 games for Vard. More than 2. Oh my god, 8C as well. With the SLR absolutely slam boosting down to the ground. And now we'll see what Gaming Gladiators is going to be able to do on that. I would be opening up. If I was them, I would be opening up, taking that away from them. But Ascend is also trying to look and see if they can delay that. Utility is being committed now. Gaming Gladiators, look at that. 25 HP only on Devante. Melman also low. Taking damage from the blue zones. Good utility here from... Oh, Pains gets down Levante. Levante is also taking down Chris. It's a 1 versus 1 on Gaming Gladiators and Ascend. Third party's coming in. The kills should be able to be stolen maybe from Slam or Foot at this point here, James.
Regardless of how many kills Ascend ends up with at the end of this game, this has been a success considering how they came in as only 3. There's now small smokes planted down here. Melman is just on top of them. Melman playing it well. 13 kills on the side of Gladiators. They are looking for the rally back. They're kind of low in the tables overall. And now they're probably going to get fully shut down on a circle like this. With Slam also going away. But a 2nd place for Melman. We'll take it.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we're talking about, right? Foot could go in and get some big points. Melman also denying it's not worth it for the teams to fight for. They don't want to give up the points with a team that they're directly fighting for. 5 kills only, but they get 10 for the win here. That's huge. That's 15 points. Look at the leaderboard. Only 6 points now behind GK, James. That is massive.
It's happening. We have a challenger here. At the end of day number 1, you would have never predicted it, considering how ridiculous the lead was from Geeky. But now Foot is there to be the potential hero against Geeky up at the very top. Let's bring Mark back on, have a chat with him about it, as we have now Foot with the first win of the day, Mark.
Good game. Obviously, we lost T-Bone quite early, slamming from red line, long distance, but they're able to dig out. And I think when we saw the zone shift back their way, Foot's control was outstanding. Yes, they maybe didn't get all the kills they wanted to, but they got the 10 points for the win, and that is crucial. They are chipping away at the Geeky. We know how strong Geeky was on Miramar. They just caught on all that madness that happened on the south side.
Yeah, that was very, very good for the rest of the lobby, of course. Foot really taking full advantage of it. I actually didn't think this game was going to go Foot's way. I thought they were being quiet in that warehouse area as 3, just playing it steady, playing it safe. But in the end, it's not the biggest win. It's 5 kills. The Gladiators does take 13 at the top here, Martin, which was very impressive throughout this game because they were in a war.
Yeah, they get the most points out of the game here, but still, they are also catching up. So they had to move themselves into striking distance of the top 8, I would say. Now they are, but this is huge for Foot. And also, we were talking about Twisted. Can they do something? Can they get things started here? And I would say with the amount of pressure they were on from multiple teams, they did exactly that. Huge clutch from Batulins. Slam G also kind of rolling with the punches from yesterday, kind of taking that confidence in from yesterday to today. Good amount of kills, getting good amount of placement points too.
Very well done. Very well done.
Send doubles their placement points though. That's huge.
Yes. You know what? Maybe your 12 is on point. Or I'm going to say it. Is Brexico the problem? No, I'm just joking. It's just a joke.
He has some technical problems.
It's just a joke. Okay.
He is the technical problem, I think. There was something with the computer. That's the reason why I didn't get it. But yeah, this is an interesting leaderboard, guys, though. Look how close it is now. Sure, Foot, they do separate themselves, right? But we're still looking at a 5-point difference from now 6 teams because Twisted Minds are able to catch up. We have a tie on 86 and there's a tie on 91. It is so close, and I would say it's our mid pack now. Now our top pack, our leaders, they're in the front, they're chasing. Our mid pack is extremely tight. 16 points down to man. It's really starting to separate itself here. Our 3rd to 8th place and down to our bottom half of the leaderboard.
Yeah, awesome stuff. Obviously, we posed the question at the very beginning of this game. Could Twisted Minds properly join that pack that was trying to go for a big catch-up? And yes, they have. There were a lot of kills going their way, Mark, down at the bottom. Obviously, anybody that peeked over next to Example all of a sudden just gets deleted up until the point where Little Gladiators comes along.
Yeah, Gladiators are rocked on their way to 2nd place as well. So you'd expect Twisted Minds would have taken that also as they rotated on that southwest corner. It's crazy to see that whole left side of the table being pretty tight as well. Look, Geeky's not away with it yet, guys. Like, we've already seen Foot chip away at them. Again, another game, and we're potentially talking about we might have a new leader coming into these closing sort of games. And then you've got to add in the Twisted Minds. VP done well trying to hold off that bottom side. Navi doing well as well. Winodai looking to try and close out the win with that sort of pincer move in on BB. I was interested to see that Geeky and Foot Esports lost a player quite early, and I felt like BB team, Slam G, Navi, Win or Die was like all reading the kill feed going, this could be our game. We can now potentially go and take it. So I like that kind of momentum we're seeing from these teams.
Yeah, I considering who died early in this game, absolutely. You have to try and take it with both hands for a game like this. A difficult game though as well, Martin, when you look at the terrain and how teams are playing things out. Obviously, Ascend's victory or success in this game came from just finding a middle spot, laying low for the most part in this game, whereas everybody on these edge sides, all coming in wounded, all having a bit of a rough time in some of those fights. Nobody came in completely scratch-free for this one.
No, but for Ascent as well, it was another case of full Ascent because they did have to go through multiple teams that had to get close by it. Once they saw that circle pop, they were just going to be like, okay, we need to get into this spot. They actually set up a really nice car fort with some deployable cover as well. They had control of that spot for quite a while. I felt like potentially if they didn't have that much pressure from like multiple teams on the southwestern side, they could have been the team that came out in control from that south side and then maybe taking on Foot actually and gotten more out of it. But yeah, they maximized as much as they could. 4th place is very respectable if you have 2 or 3 teams that's kind of focusing on you with both utility and everything.
Yeah, we always talk about when teams would go to a middle spot, be it too early or too late. And for a spot like this for Ascend, it did feel like a just right, like a Goldilocks timing for it, right? Like all of the kind of spots that you could use as utility to get thrown down into their trench would have been susceptible to other teams shooting at those spots if somebody tried to scramble for it, like the high grounds above them, Mark. So good timing by them. With Brexco back on board, maybe we can see them getting even bigger jump ups.
Yeah, Brex is in, and you're right. The time was, they just sort of threaded the needle by teams. Actually, early on, they were on a 2-1 split as well, so they were being quite greedy with some of the train. When the zone obviously confirmed out that they're going to be in the end zone, that's when we saw them collapse. That's when we saw the car fall. But well played, we said it before. What worries me, sometimes Ascend have the middle spot and they go to the outside edge to play it. Well, actually, done pretty well. Find yourself, hunk yourself into a location. They can fight. We know they can put points on the board when it comes to kills. It's just a placement they've been lacking, and maybe this game will show them that actually sometimes it's the right timing. If you can get to that middle spot, you might be able to bag some more points.
Maybe. But going into our next Miramar, DK is going to be mad, as now the catch-up is definitely on for our previous winners. Foot Esports puts themselves in the theater of conflict against those number 1 team. As one more Miramar, then we'll be moving on to our wildcard maps and then Erangel to round things out. Anything to say, Mark, about Miramar before we get in?
Or is it going to be explosive as game number 1? Potentially. Hopefully we don't see as much of that angry south shift. I would have loved to see Taco Tuesday shops at the end, but that wasn't going to be the case. Maybe we can get a little bit more of a wilder zone. Look, keep calm, keep cool, collective. Let's see if Footy Sports can go back to back.
Yeah, maybe a wild circle. We will see. If they do go back to back, we know where that sits them. That will sit them at a cool number 1, unless GK goes absolutely radio rental with all the kills, the potential points that could come their way. We've seen them do it before. Will we see them do it again? It is time to go. That's not the motto. It's land, loot, romance or something now, isn't it? Anyway, we have got game number 2 of day 3 on the board, as we only have 5 more games remaining all across Partona. We start our plane path. Or it's actually a little bit further away than that. We're just here at Partona anyway, watching it. Martin, tell me to shut up.
No, I'll take over. We have a very similar plane path, though, James. Kind of starting on the southwestern side, slightly a different angle, doesn't matter. We're still going up towards the Terra Branca, and this time it's ending over Camavilitar. So it's very, very similar, and it's hugely benefiting to the teams that are landing early, that's coming out super early. Well, none really going out super early. GK and 180R are the teams that's going out start. Nobody in Valdemar at this point here. Kind of surprised we don't see any teams kind of flex out and say, okay, it's not worth it. We want to get that 1 minute extra worth of looting. But yeah, Foot started fantastic here, and yeah, if you say so, Mark, back-to-back, that could be the thing. If they go back-to-back, I'll take another bet. I think T-Bone will call in for a cheeky Nando's for dinner tonight. What do you think, James?
Oh, yeah. Every Brit's dream, Martin. Gosh. I'm lying. Let's not get on this again. Oh, dear me.
Fantastic, though. A hugely different circle. And look at that. We're talking... 1 full team inside the circle. A little bit of Twisted Minds and Geekies as well, but 1 full team is in. All shots connect on Metabay here with an M16. Nothing much else out of that one. But yeah, this is really the question. Now if you're a BB team, you got to figure out, okay, how greedy do we go about this? They know when they popped out of the plane path, they were like, okay, there's nobody in this area. We're gonna have the pick of the litter for these first priority compounds, for this first circle here. And if I know them right, I see them coming up to like the Overlook compound east of Brickyard. I see them coming up to some of these kind of high ground spots where they're able to get so much information and maybe take some of that kind of further western area, because you have to remember this whole mountain range on the western side is unplayable area, and it's going to be pushed out of Circle 4, so you kind of have to take that into consideration too.
Yeah, and I mean, for the most part, whenever we see circles around these areas, you'd almost always rather one of the high ground spots,
right,
than some of those low ground ones. We see sometimes eventually teams like take the consolidatory prize and take a compound down in the trench, and sometimes it does work out. However, transitioning away from them, if the circle does not favor you, becomes fraught with danger. So that is definitely something that these teams have to consider. Already, Bushido is the 3-man. One player was unable to connect, so they are on the move quickly. I can understand it. in a similar vein to what we had for Ascend in the previous game. If Bushido can find themselves a good center spot, maybe as early as possible, they can just hunker down and hope for the best.
Yeah, I kind of want to go back to a little bit about this full Ascent, threading the needle. Threading the needle, not the needle.
The needle?
It's not the eagle. The bald eagle is coming in. No, threading the needle in this case here, it's something that we don't talk too much about, and I kind of want to start a little bit as we might see a pull up here for Twisted Minds. But the timing that they do these pushes and senses, they are pre-driving into the circle. So when the circle pops and the majority of the teams are going to be looking at the map real quickly and their focus is going away, that's when they're already driving, already kind of sitting into the circle. And that's what you can really take into your games at home as well when playing PUBG. You should be driving before the circle pops towards the center of the zone. Shots coming in from Celtic though towards Perfectic. Oh, it does not connect anything. Does he stop? No, he continues actually. He's continuing over here towards the concretes. Or maybe even taking the compound even further south. This is not a bad spot to hunker up here for Twisted Minds if they want to start out here.
Yeah, the rest of the team coming along as well. Even when we've had situations where it's been like as far west as circles can go, actually some of this terrain is very interesting to play. It dips alongside roads, huge like high ground positions alongside the western unplayable that we've seen being exploited in the past as well. I've got to agree with the rotations and sentiments. I actually Ascend for a long time used to be the kind of big senders to middle spots. That was where their bread and butter was well and truly buttered. It was very, very good by them in the past. It won them a lot of points in some of our, I would say, early 2024 seasons. But some more shots here. Still Bushido is up against a big lion in Twisted Minds.
Now.
Be careful.
Yeah, no tires anymore. Oh, connects that as well onto Bushido. They're already down to a 3-man. They lost one of the players early on. And here we see an extremely early... I like this. I like this from Gaming Gladiators. This could be paying off for them. Let's see what they end up doing. They need to get cars though, but Gaming Gladiators are coming in behind Perfectix. Is he... Oh, he might have seen the shadow from the parachute there.
Yeah, he may have. And also, I think Dante has taken one of those very west high ground positions near the unplayable that I was mentioning earlier. So it definitely can provide an overlook for some of these teams. But it is still that 3-1 split. Bushido is deciding we don't want too much of this. Maybe they're just repositioning their cars here to keep them a little bit more safe against what's coming their way. Gladiators is very separated across this. They could be picked off here. I'm scared for Gladiators a little bit.
And that's one of them. Melman gone down. As Perfectic finds one, extends though, turns it around on Perfectic, and he goes down. It's kind of falling apart a little bit here for Twisted Minds, losing one player this early for like these compounds are not guaranteed in the slightest. But Tulis go down, takes down Millman now, and Celtic pushing up, shots coming in, takes down, extends, Levante goes down as well. Oh, that's just so unfortunate. Gaming Gladiators falling apart here, James.
I mean, do Gladiators think that they were here too late? That's a good shot. But whilst we're watching this, yeah, that's kind of crazy. Whilst we're watching this unfold, though, at the same time for Gladiators, like Melman's high ground position is strong, but it doesn't have overlook on where those fights were going on. So did they think that they were there too late, and maybe they had to go for some kind of wild play? I'm not so sure.
Like, if you're taking an emergency pickup, like, personal preference is I would go really far southwest, take cars, and try to get into some of the spots, because they were there early enough to get priority compounds, but now they're left to just one man of Game Gladiators, Dante alone on the western side. That's unfortunate. Iro here and the guys, 2 kills on the board for them.
The thing about Dante's spot is, I'll stop after this, is that if he's lying down, if he's prone, nobody can see him. And if the circles come that way, he'll get some placement.
It's like Batoon's rug.
Yeah, but I just don't know whether or not like he's going to get the circles coming his way. So it's still only phase 1.
Yeah, and it's kind of rare to see this hard western strings, on especially this one here. Usually it would at most send up around where BB team is, and yeah, let's see how far he does get though. Man is also setting up here. I was impressed with them yesterday. Like even more impressed than I am with how good their logo is, but that's another story. But I was impressed with how well they were able to do in some of the games, but it's really hit or miss for these guys. But still, they're 70 points, only 22 points behind 3rd place. That's a huge difference in terms of prize pool. if you're able to push yourself up there.
You have no idea how cool I thought sharks were when I was a kid, and it never ended. I still think they're cool. Did you think they were cool when you were a kid?
I mean, they're the ultimate predator for thousands, if not millions of years, right?
Yeah, they're basically living dinosaurs.
That's cool.
That's cool. All right.
How much did you want a small shark in a tank at home? Water tank.
I mean, that sounds ambitious, but
I mean, when you were a kid, you might have thought, like, I can get one. It's the coolest animal ever.
maybe. But I mean, just them being living dinosaurs is amazing. Them alongside the entire NPL cast. It's awesome to see that, you know, there's more dinosaurs in this world.
You can't hit me with a curveball like that. Dope. They're trying to defend this compound here as we have Slam. They're trying to consider, okay, are we gonna go in here? Are we gonna fight this? This first one, it's not worth it. It's not really worth it. This circle is so predictable in phase 2 and 3 that if you're committing to one place, losing cars, losing tires, you're gonna have a hard time getting to one of those spots. Especially these guys that have this amount of experience, this amount of knowledge of this map in this not it's not worth it.
No, definitely not. As 180 are still going to be moseying on around. Where have they got at the moment? It's not much room for them. They have compounds, but down in this south spot, I'm expecting maybe a swing. Interesting. Redline is already e-pickuping. It's a very, well, because it kind of navigates to the center of it. It looks like a very short e-pickup on the map, but technically it's being popped at a time where they can react to the next circle. So I would like that really a lot.
They can even see the circle pop and decide if it goes north, we're not going to take it. Even though they are close to it, it doesn't do that. So they can actually go high ground. But this is one of the circles I'm talking about. Very predictable, right? We have some of these high grounds that are considered land ratio. We have this western side that are considered land ratio, kind of still in effect. So let's see what ends up happening here. I could see this happening in a ending southwest, obviously-ish of Montenegro, but let's see where the next circle goes here. And let's see where Redline goes with this emergency pickup here. They could full four-man land on some of these teams that are really greedy, having only 1 or 2 guys in the compounds.
Yeah, trying to exploit early splits is something that you can definitely do with a move like this. However, it means that you will not have any cars available to you. Man is already bailing out of that position, and a few more shots come in from the reinforcing shots there. And Redline all spread out across all buildings. GG, this is ours now. Get out of here.
Yeah, that's exact perfect execution of a second circle pop emergency pickup. Yeah, I really like that. And even in a compound like this, like unless it goes north in a really bad spot, really kind of super bad spot for them, they could a bad spot. They could just run on foot south, east, and west. But north, bad. Everywhere else, really good. They don't need cars from that. I think they're also considering that a little bit. GK close to them, though. They are trying to keep cars safe. This is one of the better compounds, in my opinion, where you're able to both keep cars, but also have a lot of information, go out, defend on the ridges. And if you get shot at a lot, you can stay inside the houses and still defend from the windows.
On Dante watch, it's one of the better circles he could have got for that phase 2 shift, but still I'm still expecting shifts away from him eventually. So Dante watch, I think, won't last the whole game, let's put it that way.
I'm kind of hoping it to go west, right? Because the amount of points that he could get is actually not bad. With the teams that are usually crashing on along the road, you have these ridges on both sides. You have some spots that's kind of playable, right? But yeah, at this point he's just trying to hold out a little bit now with Ascend and the boys. Let's see what they're going to be doing with that one.
They thread the needle again.
I think only Brex is on it. He went high ground, I think. But yeah, let's see. Yeah, a little bit boring though. I would like to see him going on the really high ground spot. But I mean, you're able to farm so much if you go on the high ground on that spot, because next circle could go north, and sure, it's then gonna go away from the west and the northern side later. But still, it's kind of in a spot where they can farm a little bit, right? And if they had this fantastic start that they did, considering how many placement points and kills they got compared to what they did in the previous 12 games, this could be the start for them and their campaign to get in to maybe top 8.
It's gonna be a stretch.
That's a stretch.
It is going to be a stretch. I would like to see it, though. I would love to see kind of some wild moves coming on from some of these teams towards the bottom. As for a circle like this, though, again, we're back to classic EMEA PUBG. People have their spots. We are waiting for a circle shift. We do have an E pickup that is going to be deployed by the looks of things. Looks like Slam G all the way up northeast side of Monte Nuevo in the fields. So they
Good timing too.
Yeah, exactly. Perfect timing. And considering where they are right now, I mean, this will almost certainly always give them something to go for, considering how far they are northeast.
Oh my god, look at this.
Did they
Perfect
take it,
for Ascent. Difficult though for Slam, right? Because this is one of the circles where they're just getting shot at and they have to commit on one side of the field, either north or south. This obviously should be going south. BB team is extremely greedy here. They have to get together. As you see, they are already moving a little bit. Foot is getting onto it, and as BB team are leaving, they are backfilling this spot, and they're actually gonna get a really, really good area out of this and good amount of points potentially from this game here, because BB team has players even deeper inside the zone. If I was them, I would be on the spot in the center, obviously, which leaves 2 or 3 compounds open, and it leaves the high ground of the refinery area that Foot is taking right now. The so-called HC spot, actually, from when HC was looting there himself. Example finds Arctics in the sky, and fantastic timing for them to land. And even though T-Bone finds this, for the sandstorm to come in and then you land with that, that's just, yeah, the perfect amount of cover. Nitro could find one more. He just get connected to. Oh, Boostic turns him.
Nice.
And he gets him down with the barrel. The better gun in that case.
That's the thing. The timing should have been perfect, right, in that sandstorm. But unfortunately, you're in a lobby full of excellent shooters and everyone's still able to shoot you out the sky. That was brutal of them to really deal with. Now it's only on Boostic to really do something with all of this. As one is still down in the distance, Lurex in the middle of nowhere will get taken away by T-Bone. That's another potential point for a pickup and catch up on Geeky. But Geeky was activating earlier. They're on the south side of this circle. And we did also see that emergency pickup employed by Na'Vi. And I thought maybe they were going to try and go in a little bit further due to the fact that maybe there was going to be a hold against them along the ridge line. Nice shots by Dante. Trying to get some easy pickups here. They were unaware he was up here completely.
Yeah, and this could be a point. This is what they needed, obviously. Yep, get the confirmation. Can he connect one more with the SKS 4X? Toby's favorite gun. It's a shooter, but you have to have it fully attached for it to be worth anything. It requires you to find 4 full attachments, and yeah, some of those are rare. But yeah, in this area here, it's extremely difficult to get anything out of it. Like, this circle is going to go southeast. It is going to go away from that northern rock. That high ground play is considered land ratio, so it's very predictable. That's also why we see Navi where we see them. And these teams on the kind of west side and northwest side, they're going to have to figure out where they get in. Maybe Dope is coming here and getting into this spot because they're expecting nobody there. Dante just continues to strike from above here.
And he's still in. That's the funny thing about it. So get as many points as you can, mate.
That's 2.
That's it. Yeah, not bad at all. Not bad. Still in somehow, some way. Every time he peeks over, he's got to be careful. He's only got 2, 1 more first aid left, I should say, now from this, and a few. Oh, nice move.
No, dude. No, that's just so unfortunate for Dope. They're expecting no one to be here. This circle shouldn't be coming in this area at all. It should be going southeast, and as it did, they're just running into a guy in the high ground and a rat in the compound, and they're just getting taken apart here.
Yeah, if I'm Dante, I'm peeking over for this, right? Have a little bit of a look at the same time, though. He just takes some damage from Diffex in the distance. Can't be doing too much more than that. They are, though, is taking down Hicks. He's gone. Maybe we can get a bit of a recovery going on here, but more shots coming in from across the way.
EK is third fighting that. Look at that. They saw the 2 knocks. They're inside the circle. They can shoot everything. They're also shooting at Dante. And as we talked about the circle here going southeast, the teams are trying to get into a spot. Look at that. It's the Stroke Show, baby. The drive-by, the postman delivery. A mouthful of lead into him. And yeah, gets a point there for them. Oh, Dante continues.
I can't believe, because the funny thing is that teams keep coming here and then unfortunately like not realizing he's up here, and it's just a never-ending cycle. It's like people
if he had a silencer, dude, if he had a silencer on an 8x, he would have gotten 10 kills here.
Yeah, actually that's true. It was like, where on earth is this coming from? What is going on here?
He might almost got the knock as well. Shro is down. That's Medibay and the third party there, and now Musbot. He needs to hit him. He needs to get him. He's gonna bleed. Spyro gets that. That's a point for GK.
He's just going to try for it. He doesn't actually have that many shots left, though, does Dante? So, I mean, he's
He
going
had
to
like 140 or something like that when he started, right? So he's been spending so many. Ascend here inside the edges of Monte, have to kind of fight their way out of it. They are taking on win or die. And yeah, Foot is holding the high ground above them. It's going to be such a difficult campaign here for Ascend to go through this. Bushido goes out in 15th place with Redline and BB contributing to that.
It's always the problem with that previous shift, though, right? We knew we were kind of coming this way. So
very
Virtus Pro is capitalizing on that significantly. So is Na'Vi. Eventually, maybe Boostic's gone finally here as Hands of Hope do take him out, but they're only still 2 now. Not exactly the easiest spot to be playing things from as well. Quizzy, for a bit of a fight without Dope. They knew they were over here and they felt like they had to push in against it. It is a bit of a bummer here for without Dope, but a nice nade pushes Quizzy back for a second.
That's denying that peak over the ridges here. And now they could potentially get that out. Dante gets mad negative too. Am I seeing mortars on to man? This is just falling apart for them. Diffix manages to get mad negative. They're getting points here in a spot they shouldn't really be deserving any of them. They gotten 4. And now they're holding out Dope as well. Potentially could get two more if they peak perfectly in the time here. They know it's Dope. They should be running for it. Ivis gets 1 and Shro gets the other. And that's the points that they're kind of looking for, but they got denied there. And this next circle is going to pop, and it is going to be going on this western side. That's massive for Redline, massive for GK to be able to push onto Redline potentially, but BB team sitting in the donut of this next circle here. A lot of teams on the eastern side, they're going to have to fight here, James.
I'm a little scared for the rest of the teams in this lobby because this looks like it lines up for a GK breach and then a GK big game if Redline is not able to hold things out. That said, though, they've got the chops to be able to do it. We'll see what eventually happens. Also, Man is looking the way of GK as a little bit of a tussle goes down once again. Virtus Pro shooting at Na'Vi. That barrier that I was mentioning before for Na'Vi is kind of holding strong at the moment with Virtus Pro looking that way, but they did have Ferris down to the south as an anchor position that they want to rotate to, so they were looking for a wiggle way in. They did find one eventually.
Yeah, they did indeed. Yeah, let's see what Quizzy's going for here. It looks like he's taking control under the high ground here, and that's actually not a bad timing to do that because VP and Na'Vi are going to be fighting. Look at that Beamy though with a Panzerfaust in hand. Ooh, looking to maybe take on some of the teams that are coming in. Dukarooks with a good peek over. This is going to be difficult for Na'Vi. Oh,
lovely, hitting him just before the transition occurs, and Na'Vi still yeah, the barrier, I thought maybe they would find a way in. Doesn't look like it just yet. GK having rotated around, though, as you were mentioning, is brutal for these teams now, because this is just basically leapfrogging ahead of all those teams that were more concerned about what was going on in the east side. Rightfully so. You don't want anybody coming up that hill for free. Beamy takes down Ferris. Na'Vi now completely wounded by this, especially with PWD coming around. MP5 in hand. Yes, I love it. Make it happen.
Yeah, I love the MP5. One of my favorite guns in the game now.
So
I'm joking, but it's fun. It's it's not one I go for mainly, but if I see it and you're in a hot drop, it's actually so fun to play with.
I love it.
And maybe with as we saw in the dev letter, we're gonna have some more focus on the SMGs. Maybe in the future, it's gonna be one of the meta guns for the close range. They're gonna be taking a closer look at the balances for the SMGs. No, good damage coming in from that nade. That's 41. So set. This pressure coming onto him. VP is going to be taking on DK now. And look at that. Quizzy connecting good shots onto Nixie. Has the Famas though. Has to try to defend that. Look at that. Diffix. Full 3 gear. Can't push. Oh, did not connect a single bullet. Nice timing there for Lukarooks to run away from that.
There is a world where if all this fighting subsides, number 1 and number 2 could crash into one another. GK as well as Foot might be on a collision course as a nade, well actually a molly, was about to be sent over from Beamy. Did see through the window though. Very close.
Yeah, he reconsidered that.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm not going to use it unless I know I can maybe get a flush with it. That's good. Versus Pro here. Next circle is gonna be closing. Pains pulling up. Oh, BB team defending their spot here. Win or die. He's going to be taking that from a distance, but yeah, Win or Die survives this. BB team is just latching out so many bullets. Look at that. The central zone onto them, James.
Yeah, they're chilling. If they get like a decent few more kills off of this, the circles keep coming their way, the wind goes their way, they could join this top pack of Foot and Geek, as now they're currently in third place, just the 5 kills to their name, but still just an amazing spot to start playing things from. Virtus Pro still in the weeds of things though, in this high ground. They know that Geek is right below them, but can they do anything about it?
Yeah, pushing like this from the high ground is just so difficult because you're gonna have to look further than the guy that is sitting below. Diffix is in the advantageous spot here, but let's see what Lukarux can do. I don't think he has any idea that Diffix is this close. He's trying to look over the edge, but if he overextends, Diffix is gonna strike, and look at that. It's gonna happen. Diffix takes down Lukarux, and the flush coming in as well. VP losing 1, Nixie above now. Now they are aware that Diffix is just below. Let's see if he can connect some utility. Example gets down Shro on the other end. And Diffix is trying to deny the push here, potentially from VP. Good underhand nades here to defend himself, to get off from this high ground. Yep. GK, oh, Nixie takes down another one. Now Redline is striking.
Perfect stuff from them after using that emergency pickup earlier. Twisted Minds down in the towards these rocks in the field. Kind of a little bit exposed there against Ivers, but now moving on back. Sad for Virtus Pro, right? Because they're damned if they do, damned if they don't when they were peeking over. You have to make a huge wide peak, and then you're open to the elements. So very rough with the blue pushing you the way it was. And GK still kind of alive with 2, but Foot and BB both with 4. Nades go forwards. Lou has to get out of dodge. Takes 27 damage lying down on that as well, so a little bit of a damage negation for a second.
Oh my god, I can't believe it. Beamy, he did get PUBG down. But yeah, that is VP out in 8th place. That was awesome. What a fantastic catch that was. And PUBG, he's gonna get him up as well. Good amount of kills here. 8 for GK, now 2-man strong. Could they get more out of it? 8 is enough. 8 is enough to defend them. Foot's still sure chasing, but it's still enough to defend the top of it. Now they have to push them.
Yep, and now they're all swinging on out of here. PWD has the information though. Nade's going to be charged up across this ridge. This could hit him in the face. It's so close. Oh no, bounces a little bit. 49 damage done from the second one here. Quizzy is trying to get a bit of an off angle against them. It's not really an off angle, almost exactly the same one, just a bit more deep into the circle. As for PWD, down some smokes, try and cut off that line of sight, but it's being hit from elsewhere.
Blue zone backpack. Oh, he caught a headshot. He has to heal immediately. It's probably gonna tick even. I think he's gonna be going out here. 6 zone. Yeah, it's just gonna be enough. 8. He did also get that one. So Quizzy denied, but 6th place. There's 2 placement points along with 8 kills. That's a double-digit gain still for them. That's still the averages that we like to see from Geeky. Foot now, their campaign has to go further. It's gonna be difficult for them. There's too many alive, and BB team sitting inside the compound. The amount of utility that they have to spend, like we're talking 10, 15 smokes to stay alive longer to get out of the top 5 here. Maybe, I'm not sure, but maybe they could play some open spots towards the south side. But yeah, I don't know how far they're going to be able to take it. Redline here, just waiting to see if this fight with Twisted Minds is going to happen soon. Shots coming in from Example.
Instant.
Stop peeking that immediately. That's Example peeking your helmet.
That was tough. That was tough. I liked the overview of BB team. Do they have a favorite DMR? Everyone running the MK12? It seems so. As now Ornays will be charged up, throwing on forwards here to try and get rid of Twisted Minds. Does not go far enough though. Yeah, they have to move. The blue's on the way.
Yeah, the blue's coming slowly here. It's gonna be like 10, 15 more seconds. I don't know how much utility they have on hand, but no, they're just trying to outlive Win or Die. They're aware that Win or Die is also alive. They also know that they have to move further, so they're trying to get that one more placement points that you're able to get. Win or Die now staying inside home about trying to heal. Utility being thrown at Presenti. He's hiding in a couple of smokes now. Presenti gone down to that nade. Hello, my bot, just trying to survive now. Twisted Minds, how long can you hold on to this position? Lou finds Nailup. Fantastic knock. And look at that, a doozy. Turns on for Twisted Minds while Ivers finds Lou.
BB team with the big shutdown, and now the rest of these teams are going to have to deal with this compound somehow, some way. How can they do though is the question. As 8C still holding a little bit of this ridge. Hello, my bad. his time is nigh once all of these first aids have ran out. Oh, he's got bandages, actually. He's taking no time at all.
GG.
Never mind. Yep.
Foot, that's Iva's taking down 80 here. That's an unfortunate timing here, but he can get one more. Ah, look at that pixel, manages to grab that one. 6 kills now for Foot. They have a good spot to take this one on here. Nice peek here. This is where you want to learn the bad boy peeking of the absolute most annoying jiggle peek you can do, especially with a DMR or a Rich like that. That's what you want to get. Molotov takes down Nail up here. BB team's turning on a little bit. They also want to get involved in terms of the points that's available to them, but they also want to guarantee themselves this win here. They know that Foot is alive. If this next circle is actually playing out perfectly for Foot, they could take on BB team in a good spot here, actually. It's going to push them out quite early from the compound, James, and then it's going to be in the open for both teams.
Yeah, it was a smart move. They've negated a lot of that line of sight there for a moment. They do have to be careful about the red line position, as you can see, the eyes of the two on the top here from Foot are trained their way. But thankfully, they can keep an eye on both teams like this. But yeah, still barrel pointed this way, knowing that red line has to go for the other two down there to survive and be able to completely hold out the potential BB later on down the line.
Let me get my magnifying glass out here. Yeah, BB team's left compound is still inside this next zone, so they can wait a little bit longer, and then they have a slight uphill ridge. And if they swing around on that side towards red line, they can actually play uphill and peek on that ridge line towards Foot, with Foot having minimal cover except for the rock that T-comes in. Let's see, those shots are coming in. A headshot connected, but Foot gets all 4 men to safety on this shack here. And they're going to be able to take multiple teams on. Don't deny, though, this spot here for Redline could be crucial for Foot's campaign here, because they're going to be taking on BB team shortly.
That was good covering fire from Foot, but it also gives BB the information that there is at least one on the rock forwards. That being said, T-Bone has started crawling. He's moving forwards on this. He's got blue zone nade in hand. Triple nade forwards into the smokes. It would have been perfect if they were there, but they aren't. And now, still, the line of sight negated a little bit by those smokes. He's going to charge up a nade himself, throw it forwards, but so is Molotov.
BB team is pushing. Look at that. And it's, oh, good shots. It's Vard, though. You're dodging it. AC takes down Nailo. Molotov finds Pixelic here. They're opening everything. Foot takes down Redline, but now it's a fight with, oh my god, you're shooting Panzerfaust at them too. 4 versus 3 effectively, though, at this spot here, James.
I had to push up against the tree there, so some of the shots didn't go quite where he wanted them to. Molotov now looking on this right-hand side. There should be a BB team win if they can continue to flex out against the T-Bone. They'll do take down a doozy. Bestov will just pepper a few shots in there. Nade goes forwards against him, already knocked. 3v1. BB team came out of this compound perfectly and were able to shut down this, but it is Fard
with a 3 helmet and a 2 vest. And he has a lot of utility laid out in front of him. Can he take them on? He spots 2 and he's running here. They're gonna see him as well. And BB team takes his on, opening it up and maybe potentially starting this a campaign to make it a 3-horse race. I think it's 22 points they're behind. And I hear you say a sound, James. Let me hear it. Are you thinking the same I am?
I'm thinking the same you're thinking, because now it is not clear at all for Geeke at the top. It looks like it's a tie. Oh my day. We'll look at the overalls in just a few moments time here. Let's bring Mark back on and talk about this one, because the challengers to the throne here at the Masters mark, and now it's very much under question. Foot gets a win. BB team, who was in 3rd place, now gets themselves a win as well.
It wasn't Foot, it was going to be BB team. Worth noting, BB team actually, obviously, their drop spot being Monted, actually moved his position. As soon as that zone popped, Bestlock pushed themselves over here, and they were just in it to win at that point. No one can contend them. They had so much U2 at the end, they were always going to clutch it out. Really good game, but mention about that leaderboard, it is going to be tight, really, really tight after that.
Yeah. Awesome. I love it. We got 20 points going the way of BB team. Admittedly, from a compound like that, you should have been getting big points from this game. I've got to say, I'm very impressed by how Foot was playing things out from the east side, Martin, considering that they decided, okay, we've got to swing onto some of that high ground, and then we've got to kind of do a little bit of wiggling and jiggling to find ourselves some spots, but then 10 kills on the board too.
Yeah, them being able to stay 4-man strong all the way to the top 3 was just very impressive. But they had to take on Redline, and that delayed them and used so much utility for them to then not have enough power left in their bodies to take on BB Team. They were 4-man coming out super strong, third-partying at the right time, not really on Redline, but their sole focus was on Foot. They knew they had to stop them. They knew they had to get them out. They got the win, but Foot still maximized the amount of points that they're able to get from this one, obviously getting a 16 here, but a big 20-point game for BB Team that's not on a wrangle. That's massive. I love what I'm seeing from them.
It's actually kind of crazy how competitive it is at the top, because it's not like Geek had rolled over and died in this game, Mark. I mean, they got 10 points on the board. They were looking scary down on the south.
They got beamied by the 360 Panzer off the cliff. But no, they got caught. There's a lot of traffic on that south side. Also, talk about traffic, obviously. Oh my God. 133, 133, 111. This is insane. I want to actually break down, because Foot obviously did playing quite late. They had the furthest point to rotate into zone. They got in. Obviously, the timing was like pinpoint accurate. BB Team completely left the high ground. Foot Esports moved in. But even down to that late game, Foot wanted to try and push Redline into BB Team. It's unfortunate Redline only had one way really to go, and Foot left it a bit late. But that leaderboard is so good coming in for the final day.
Your thoughts, Martin?
Yeah, honestly, sure, it's BB Team with a 20-pointer, but they need another massive game here with just 4 games to go to catch on and be within striking distance. And then they need another big game to take over, right? So it's very much just a 2-horse race at the moment here, but BB Team, they really showed us that they're capable on both the wrangle on the Miramar as well. But now we're going on to the curveball maps, and that's where they need to get the points, where everyone else is not as stable, not as consistent on those 2 maps. And yeah, if they're able to do that on those 2, that's where they need to make the points difference, and then they need to show us what they're made of on wrangle again, and we know they're capable of doing so. It could still be a 3-horse race, but yeah, BB Team needs to kind of show up.
That said, a decent bump up for Twisted Minds as well, right, Mark? I mean, considering that they had a little bit of a cheeky position in those fields, 93 points now for them in 5th place. They are slowly moving on up, Yeah,
I just mentioned Twisted Minds because they started today on 9th place, right? They're outside the top section. Now they're moving up to the leaderboard as well. They're in striking distance, in a good position, 93 points. Again, a team which can dig out wildcard maps. They can break down. What if they go for the alternative drop? Because they did drop for BB Team yesterday. Did they go there? Might be dependent on the double planes. I'm not sure, but I still think they're good. They refuse to go out. They're taking every fight they can, which is claiming every point they can. And then the other wild card is Gaming Gladiators. Dante, can we please talk about how the hell did he survive so long up there as well? He just, as you guys said, if he had a silencer, I think he would have got away with a lot more kills.
It was funny. I like those kinds of plays. I mean, admittedly, I was a little bit dubious, Martin, obviously, early in that commentary about, okay, we've kind of banked on this very early to try and make something go on that 3-1, and then the rest of the boys went down. But, you know, got a few consolidation points off of it in the end.
Yeah, Dante got the most out of it, yeah. But yeah, he could have gotten, first of all, Game Gladiators, they put too much into trying to get into that western side. Sure, it was kind of close, but they should have gotten cars. They should have prioritized differently there. I feel like, sure, having a guy in the high ground, if you get that double shift towards the western side, that would have been fun. But I feel like Dance still contributed to our storyline throughout the game, and he did have a huge impact on some of the teams. He delayed Dope. He delayed Man quite a lot. He had some knocks and some kills here and there, and that really put a thorn in the sides to some of the teams that actually were 3 or 4 guys strong for a long time, and they actually had a pretty open opportunity to get deeper in, but then going down to a 2-man or going down entirely because they got delayed so much, that's just so unfortunate for the other teams, and that's just one guy having such an impact.
And we're moving on to Tego in a few moments' time here. Martin, before we actually get on to Tego, I'm kicking you off the commentary for 2 games. So you're doing maracas there. I guess it's time to Tego soon.
Oh, that's Rondo and the bongos, isn't it? No, what was that?
Oh, no, the maracas for Tego and Rondo bongo. Yeah.
No, it's a stupid condo or something. This is never going away. So talk to me about Tego. What are you looking forward to here, Martin?
Yeah, so first of all, the question is really we've seen so many curveball circles, obviously, on Rondo we have, right? And on Tego, sorry. And it's been difficult for some of the teams to kind of move into this and move into some of the spots.
Southwest,
yeah, it's been a lot of Southwest. It's been a lot of kind of difficult circles, not really the usual circles we see on Tego. And sure, win as usual. I don't mean go dock. I mean some of the kind of mainland open area where some of the teams are kind of more able to get into some of the easier compounds that are available and some of the higher grounds. So I'm really looking for the teams that needs to catch up, such as BP teams, such as our mid-pack teams. They need to get big points here, both on Tego but also on Rondo and our special maps before we get onto Wrangle, because that's where the consistency comes in from the other teams.
Well, if we do go on a southwest circle, we know where Geeky is normally going, or do they? Don't go to that compound. Like, we'll have 3 teams crashing you again, and that will be scary for our team that is now tied for the first time at #1 in the Players Masters for EMEA. So we thought it was going to be clean cut for Geeky, looking so strong up at the top, but now the challengers are rising. Well, thank you very much, Martin, for joining us. We'll check back in with you after this game, as we have got myself and good old Mark to bring you an airport plane to wherever we're going on the west.
Wherever we're going on the west, absolutely love it. Yeah, good flight path actually through the middle. It does tease us again with that island on the north, but there's so many teams now contending. It's really good to see foot on top. Geeky, maybe they need to strive from the back. Maybe they peaked a little bit too early when it comes down to this competition. Be interested to see. They hopefully will avoid some of the early action, James, and get into late fights and be able to dig some points out from this one.
Maybe. At the same time, with a plane path like this, there is still always the possibility for another southwest circle, which honestly I'm really hoping for not to happen, considering that swamp takes up so much room, it causes so much chaos, and a lot of that area even west of that and east of it is so open as well. But already a lot of these teams getting to go where they want to go. Apart from, I would say, to a degree, Ascend, right? Normally, they're very much an army-based team up towards the shipyard and things like that on a big split, if they so desire. But going across airport, there's not really often teams in this locale, so they were boots on ground fast and able to adjust well enough.
Yeah, they're one of these teams that will take kind of a corner of a map, won't they? It's nice. That's a nice zone. We don't get the southwest. They would either like to go towards these corners. Airport's going to work out for them. And you said, right, it's about the speed. They already get down. They should be thinking about how they're going to rotate. Wouldn't be too surprised for them to go around that sort of shipyard way. Maybe go home to Army Base and try and conquer the high ground. Lots of water in. We do like to see it sort of push back. There's a few choke points that if teams get caught out early, might see some early deaths for these teams on the rotation in.
All right, pop quiz time. What's my favorite thing about this circle? And no, it's not Godok.
You sure? Not
Correct.
the double bridge? No?
No, not the double bridge.
It's the jump bridge. The jump bridge?
It's the jump bridge, of course. Yes. We'll get to see it. I'm sure.
Well, a lot of teams have been camping out on the other side of it. So we've seen teams jump over and then they sort of just throw out their anchor, so to speak, and they wait for someone else to come over. It's like, wee, I made it. And then it's like, oh no, there's a team waiting on the other side. So I wouldn't be surprised for us to see some jump action, should we say. Navi is the closest to that location, so they could maybe move over and just maybe hold that one out.
They almost always go for the jump to Navi, so that's almost a guarantee. The question is, who else is going to go for it? Maybe Navi's the one that camps out on the other side. Who knows?
Maybe. They've been known to do it. I do like the position as well with Red Line. Red Line will mostly move away from Palace. VP will look to come over quite quickly as well. M-Man need points. Does that mean they lock off the double bridge on the southwest corner potentially? And for Esports, they're in zone. This is their normal drop spot as well. So I wouldn't be too surprised to maybe go for a little bit of a 2-2 split. Maybe hold on to the town, but maybe put a couple up a little bit higher. So I think there's a lot of thought that needs to go into this game because it's not as clean cut as a Godok or a southwest is at the moment.
The thing that terrifies me a lot on Tego, and anytime we get circles up here, is the northwest of Yongchong, where Foot are, is that huge hill line. It's like a more shallow but more extreme Everest because it just goes on forever. It's not as tall, of course, but so many teams can be in there. A problem for sure, as we see now. What's going on?
BK's just having a look around. As teams rotate past, yeah, I'm worried. Ascend, looking at their map feed, they've actually gone for that wide rotation. And they've actually caught out without dope. No, does the without dope player get spotted? That's the biggest interest. Even if he doesn't get caught out by Ascend, which it looks like he might be the case. Yeah, there's some initial shots coming out. If they didn't, they could maybe hold out the bridge. But without dope, got to try and make a play to this one. No sneaky attack here.
Yeah, interesting, actually. They're shooting north for some reason, which is...
There's a player there.
Yeah. Oh, he's right on top of them.
They're
Sorry,
right on top of the player. Yeah, there's one player without dope quite far out, and I think he was trying to keep low, wait for Ascend go by. They must have spotted him.
Right. So the entire team converging on this position. So Ascend is in a lot of trouble here. Pins is also going to reinforce. I guess both teams, you know, are having 4 man alive. I guess who's in trouble, we'll find out. All things considered. Things are going crazy. What's happening here? Drive by, big spray going round. That connected actually with a few shots.
And the first knock does come in. Back in the game. First knock, they spray in. Good again, communication must be using the pins. There's the stop over. No, it's Chris. It's 1 for 1 each way. One, you might get the knock. Second goes down. Kidokai doesn't know that Recap is on the roof there. Here comes an 8. Try and close this one out. Oh, sure.
Very close. Yep. Kai taking a lot of damage on that drive-by once again. They are one. It's just going crazy with these drive-bys, trying to get it done. Another nade goes forward. They had enough to be able to make it work. Ascend is getting dismantled on this. It's only up to Pains now. Charging on a nade on the other side of this wall. What can he do with it? Sees him with that TPP. So exactly where he is. They are ones trying to punish this.
I don't know why, but I was leaning as well, like I could try and shoot the player. They are one. Peaks like the other side. Oh, Payne gets away with it. Just James.
How on earth? By the grace of God, somehow Pains is still alive. They are one. Is now on the hunt. See if he can shut him down completely here. He's got plenty of ammo to do so. Shooting through the door, making sure he can shut that down. Recoup hits him through the smokes. This is a disaster for Pains. He's got to get out of there.
He's been spotted again. They are one with the push. Payne's going for the roof. They're going to hear the animation. Maybe knocks the nade went off. He now exposed himself over the top, goes towards the other side though. But they are one should be hearing. There's someone on the roof and it's done. First team out. Ascend unable to claim points here on game number 15. As without dope, who are trying to hide and wait for Ascend to pass on by. Unfortunately, Scave by Ascend get one, so they did actually get that confirmation on the end.
Yeah, we took our eyes off the map while that was going on, and then suddenly everybody summoned helicopters. That's a lot of emergency pickups to get out to this island.
Where's the middle?
Understandable, really, considering where those teams are. I mean, obviously, the team, it looks, I guess that was Geeke using for this. Oh, no, wait, was it Bushido? It is Bushido, right?
No, Bushido's just store going. The first one was Win or Die, who jumped off. We've got BB coming in low. Geeke was thinking about taking one, but they're on the same path as Bushido. And then we've got the Mortifier. Gaming Gladiator's normal drop spot for them. Just kind of eyeing up, seeing that the team's moved in, and Hakatori is not. Looks like they're just trying to confirm it off with a mortar.
Well, whew, all right, let's breathe for a second. This went very rapidly, very early. Love the little bag, love the little dog. That's actually one of the best things about TPP is the fact that I can see my lovely blue Lamborghini as I'm driving it around. It's great.
See that? I enjoy that as well. I have a green one, but I spend too much time looking at it. I end up crashing into more things. So I need to adapt to get into play TPP. At the moment, I get distracted by the skins. Oh, ahead of my bad. Doesn't get distracted, and the Shro show is going to fall. Another early death. I feel like if they can keep Shro up, it's going to be a big game for M-Man. But if he falls, the team fall soon after.
Yeah, do want him up if they're going to get something done, but unfortunately, he is already gone. We have it's funny because the Bushido emergency pickup is landed. They're already down on the ground, and BB Teams has just passed over their heads where they decided to land. So I guess BB Team will be looking to go far north, get some vehicles on board, and then work with that, which has actually worked out for them very well in the past. I recall a BB Team win just south of them in the compound during PEC, where they were able to get something going from it. So they know what they're doing.
They do. Especially with Ascend going out as well. We'll be expecting this area to be free. Interesting to see, actually, when you look at the map, there's a real divide from the teams. We've seen a few more maps historically where they kind of most of them go to the center, or they're kind of that band left to right. There's a bit of a split here. Some teams are playing up on that kind of top side. They've gone really far up, but the rest are in and around Palace. Navi did play over to the jump bridge, waiting for bait to come over. Not quite happened for them just yet, but there's still time because the zone potentially has to shift away.
Are we on Deston? Is that an ice cream truck in your background?
I don't know, was it? I didn't hear it. Did you hear it?
I swear I heard an ice cream truck somewhere.
Maybe it's me. I can't hear it though.
Oh, you've got headphones on, of course.
Yeah, okay. Maybe it was. Maybe it was an ice cream. Should I get you one? Did you want one?
Please, 99 with the red sauce. I haven't had those since I was a kid. Lovely. Oh.
Maybe it is Destin. Yeah, I can't hear it. Sorry, mate.
Well, Virtus Pro, they are looking towards red line and seeing if they can shut them down. We missed Na'Vi doing the jump. I am livid. No ice cream for me, no jump for me. This is ridiculous.
They are. Little peek over the top here. VP did move by. Normally Palace is free. This time they look back and there is a knock. I'm going to keep an eye. I love this control. We see the VP play this area so well. They won't overextend from here. They'll be expecting the zone to play back their way. EB takes a couple more shots now. It's down to Slavin. Has to try and get to him. Nod's going to try and hold the other angles. We see 100 ADR. One of the final flight paths in towards phase number 1.
The more interesting E pickup for me is the one that Win or Die is trying to potentially use, and a circle pop. I guess it's just in case we get an insane shift south, because any other situation would not make any sense.
There we go. They timed it. They knew something we didn't. So they did pop it well. It's going to give an opportunity to go back. BB team obviously do capture the cars mode base. They're going to try and recoup back. But there's a lot of water here. A lot of water. VP will tighten down. Don't expect Na'Vi to move. And everyone looking at that bridge like, don't want to jump over just yet. There are other options, especially if you go back down towards fishing camp.
Oh, definitely. As you say, especially with the propensity of Na'Vi just deciding we're very happy to take the jump and we're very happy to camp it. So teams should know that from past experiences. As now Win or Die opted not to go for their emergency pickup, understandable considering their very close proximity to that circle. Let's see where they can find, as they're going to be heading on south, maybe towards the eventual Geek Hill. That will be a problem, as 100 ADR get themselves crates. It's not the most amazing of spots, but it is a spot.
Again, normal drop zone for them, so they've not had to overextend, overcommit. Esports will know GG are there, so they won't extend too far over. You already see Pixels in a position to sort of overwatch in that area, so hoping, praying that teams maybe rotate past, but they've got to have in the back of their mind, like if it shifts again, if there's still an element of water in this one, like they want to be left on the outside edge, playing in, trying to capture some early points. 100 Yardo, take the E pick up, and our expectations are it's going to pull back here, but this is a horrible place. Even FPP is a horrible place, let alone TPP. A couple of blue zone nades. Yeah, you might see him coming this time, but I think a bit of freedom. 100 ADR needs to maybe spread out a little bit from that spot.
Yeah, these hills are rough. One thing that could potentially help you out in TPP is some of this foliage coverage. So a lot of teams might have to switch into FPP and do a little bit of scouting that way. It gives them just a little bit of a lower field of vision for how things do work with all of the trees that do lay everywhere on Tego. Apart from in the most open of fields, which maybe could have used some trees in some parts of Tego, but I'm not a game designer. I'll shut up.
But you're right though, because when you look at the high grounds here, the higher up you are, the worse it gets. Irrelevant if you're in TPP or FPP. Actually, the lower down, Win or Die had the better shot line onto VP. Like Nixie's going to try and keep his car. As he does go for the smoke, as we can see on the other side. I see the guys to rotate their way in. As I wrote, well, he rotates his way around just on the outside edge without dope, or just in front of him.
I think that's one thing that we've really taken away from the Cups, from the Super, from the Masters and all that stuff, is that teams, players, because they can kind of assess the terrain a little bit better around them and things like that, Link's in hand, because they can assess the terrain a bit better and stuff like that, you can get away with more prone plays in these tournaments, whereas in FPP it is a little harder to assess everything going on around you. And if you're prone, then suddenly you're dead to rights and then you're done.
Yeah. You're right, and again, the biggest takeaways for me was, and always has been at the moment, is how much util people can carry. It's so obvious people are taking a heavy amount, and of hope, about heavy amounts of util backs away. Maybe getting caught slightly. Slam G, slam their way into this compound. This is on the south side. They try and clear it out pretty quickly. They get an idea, he's here. Neighbor looking for the drive-by. Does catch him, but oh no, he gets caught on the other side. That's unfortunate. Get the exchange on one. Now the long distance shots come in, but that's on the north side of the water. Unfortunately for the guys, gotta say goodbye to Neighbor.
Definitely. As we now narrowed things down, Palace very much a focal point of this circle. EK with an amazing spot as we're watching Gladiators coming in on that south side, joining Levante in his position. That should be able to hold off quite a bit of the threats that are going on that north side as well. So that won't be too bad for them. But man here, definitely wounded, losing Shro earlier. Knowing that without Doper moving alongside, I think you hold off on the shots here.
Yeah. Just let him pass by. And obviously work in a little bit later. So go Doc. A lot of temptation from without dope. Now they're going to try and take the high ground, but M-Man already split across him. Moss has kind of this high point, a little bit further in for them. So I think we'll be watching for these cars, but without dope turning, it means they might be looking for a location at 100 ADR in.
Yeah.
They lay low, and now they play peekaboo. There's one, and they've been blessed with a car. Just arrived perfectly at their front door.
Classic case of there's just not enough spots to go for in a circle like this on Tego. As I mean, another good example of it is Twisted Minds is still fighting across the river against Na'Vi. They can't get across yet, so I think they're going to have to cut their losses and go across the north bridge and try and swing it on the north side, because they ain't getting over that jump.
Nope. I forgot though. The tournament is over. Might play sneaky seal as he works his way in. Oh, Mossesino. Bushido do his shot. Yeah, gets a couple connection. Doesn't quite get the knock. He's got 3 nades in his back pocket. Make that 2 now as he launches one forward. Drop the whole lot. Second one will go down. It's going to hit the tree. It should be perfect. Right on top, and he has to back away, but he does get a connection.
See what they can do with this. That full recovery he had earlier on was insane, so that was very impressive stuff, but didn't quite connect with the full shots. And Molly goes forwards toward the tree, hoping that maybe he's a little bit further forwards. That's another one landing on him, and actually he does get caught by it. Bushido down and done, thanks to those extra shots raining in from the inside.
That all came from how split M-Man were. They're all the way to Godok down towards Moss, and they had to rotate past, able to apply that pressure. Great use of util as well. Obviously, didn't quite get the connection, but it wasn't the right idea. I don't think he knew exactly where the knock came from. Back on the other side of the waters, Twisted Minds did Navy seal their way over. Navy still positioned up in this kind of, please someone come over, because I've got a P90 in hand. But for Steed, it's not going to happen. Just to make sure and 100% check off. I do worry, have they even picked up Twisted Minds at all?
Does pose some concern. Of course, Example did actually still bring a car over alongside Lou on that north bridge, or I guess the other bridge that was north of them. I can't really describe it as the north bridge. So they still have a vehicle available if they need it after all of this is said and done. Shift north, that gives them a little bit of a reprieve, but there are still teams up there like Foot, for example, who could act as a very heavy barrier team for them. Let's try and do anything about it. This is a big shift for Foot. Geeke's not going to like that.
They're not. Do you know, the one thing I'm really interested to see how play Palace is VP. VP now at the south side of the zone. Can they control anyone else coming from Palace? If they can, they're on the high ground to potentially take this game. Back towards the bridge. A couple of shots coming from Batalion. Sakatori looking to figure out where it's coming from. He's looking under. Don't forget Batalion's jammer pack. Well, that's pretty much spent, so he hasn't got long left. Down to the amount of meds. Oh, gets caught on the side angle. Perfectix jumps off, but no, he gets caught underneath. He swings some shots back, but no, Akatori gets the better of him.
A little bit disjointed here, though, on RV. They can't quite give all of the reinforcing shots that they would like. Ferris does have an off angle against all of this, so that's not too bad. However, stay with the P90, who would be potentially pivotal in a moment like this, is a little bit away from them. So now they're going to be moving on that east-west side of this. Nade goes forwards, trying to do something with it. Pixel setting up a mortar. Who are we shooting for? We're shooting for the Na'Vi Twisted Minds fight going down here.
Fire! Pixel. He's been in a good position.
Do it.
They're uncontended.
Is he waiting for knocks?
I don't know. He's dialing it back. I think he's waiting to see if there's any smoke, maybe a targeting. You can see Inksy's just looking over. T-Bone then gets a knock. Now the fire should come underway. Pixel 0 in. Na'Vi remain with one anchor player. There you can see it in the distance. It's coming down. Ferris looking to try and help, make a call out. Back on the other side of things, though, BB and Geeke clash.
Well, T-Bone stole away Perfectix, not bad at all. As BB team, yeah, it's really doing a lot of damage here to Geeke. This could be a disaster for Geeke. No points on the board just yet either. No kills to speak of. Spiro and Quizzy now. Maybe they're just going to get out of dodge here. I wouldn't mind it. They've already lost 2 without really doing too much about it. Run away.
Lynx could be too tempting, James. He can hear it. He knows. Spiro's like, oh, I could close that game out. Feel first. No, not overcommitting. Sees the smoke. Just trying to use the tools in his chest to figure out where the players are. Hasn't quite seen the heads, but M-Man on the other side also hearing the action, seeing the smokes in the distance. Will be intrigued. Na'Vi backed away, but backed right into win or die.
Stay with the P90, no. Loving it. P90 watch in full effect. and it is a terrifying prospect to go up against. As still somehow Twisted Minds found themselves a little bit of a wiggle way in. They have across the way T-Bone against them. Got to do something about that. Navi's still coming back actually off of this. Nixie finds Nitro, and there's one more remaining, but he's gone. Oh, good stuff by Virtus Pro.
It's that control I'm talking about. If they can hold this will put them in such a good position to try and take the win. Zone can shift too far away. It doesn't. Neemi's now having a look over. Iris goes down, and there's the final player now, and it's a clean sweep. VP conquering the southeast corner now.
Not bad, 6 kills so far. Maybe they can try and make a big launch for it if they could get a win here. As stayed still with 4 alive here, does Na'Vi have? They have some good arsenal available to them. Twisted Minds is gone. They know that adversary in the east has been vanquished, so they can turn their attention properly elsewhere. And they already had their eyes in win or die earlier on. And still, though, they will be cresting a ridge line to try and do something about that. I think they still want to play as edge as possible, knowing that there's the potential that Foot might have to wrap around in on them.
Yeah, and I think you're right. Ferris has to stay late, right? He has to try and play in on that blue, so no one sort of sneaks in behind, because there'll be a lot of focal point up to that high ground here. Don't forget 180 are lurking by the containers. Different side, though. So I've got a car now sitting out the front, so a bit more of a telltale sign that someone might be there. Plus, you've got Gaming Gladiators North. They need to move down. As it stands, though, the other team on the south, BB team, like VP, looking for an element of control. And Phil first, Link versus Lynx. We know who's the better Lynx are. As he puts him down, looking to try and get that confirmed, but not waste any more shots.
Always got to be considering what you're going to do after you expend your 10 shots with your Lynx. So what's the next plan? Or you just conserve them and be a real problem for a long time for all of these teams around you. Just threatening the potential of the Lynx peeking over against you. As Spiro finds anybody's. Nice. That's they've got to find any point they can get, considering they're only a duo now.
Yeah, and they used to train really well. Didn't overcommit, did they? They stopped. The man was working their way down. Here comes the push. Gaming Gladiators taking the ridge. P90 in hand, though. Wouldn't be too surprised. He nades and blue zone stacking up. 100 ADR here in the cars. Know this. They're going offensive now as a good arc of the nade. Oh, he catches Dante. They picked up one. The second one goes in. Extends will fall. They've got to try and get some smokes out. Levante doing anything he can now to try and survive. Now he's got the P90. He knows where the util is coming from as he launches the first set of nades forward. But he's nearly stepping on a landmine there.
Yeah, very close. Tries to go for the pickup on extents as well. I always get caught off guard every single Tego by the amount of crates, the amount of P90s, the amount of Orms, the amount of Lynxes in play. It makes everything very difficult. It also means that there's a lot of 3-3 gear in play as well, so it takes a little bit extra sometimes to really take down some people. Levante still has himself the ghillie, looking for an opportunity here with this P90, but 100 ADI is not going to peek off the other side of those containers. They're not going to give them the opportunity.
No, they're not. Holodoc picks up Quizzy as he crouch runs his way around, ensuring he tries to keep his head under light. Slam G, though, moving towards that kind of fake smoke that Levante drew out to try and draw in 100 ADR. Here comes more util now. They've got to push forward. Pixel, though, applying pressure on the other side. P90 goes for the second. Oh, and they've been pieced apart so quickly. And Foot trying to leapfrog ahead of all of this.
Levante reacting instantaneously on that as soon as he saw Foot moving, trying to go for a few shots himself. Though does find T-Bone on the high ground above all of this. Na'Vi might want to stretch around here a little bit. The reason I'm saying it is because Virtus Pro seems to have potentially been in a position where they could sandwich Na'Vi, so Na'Vi has to be very, very cautious about how they play things out. Peeking over the ridgeline into the line of sight of 100 ADR, that's a problem for Na'Vi. They can't continue on that path.
They can't. Esports trying to hold. T-Bone was kind of that anchor to try and stop Na'Vi working around, but they got caught on the off angle. Gaming Gladiators moving their way in. Pixel with his fortification. See how long that will last. They are down to their final player. So teams like BB, Win or Die, VP, even Na'Vi to the point are going to be really happy. As the puzzle of the shield. Back to back. Pixel maybe looking over the top, seeing Hakatori coming his way. He's going to extend out. Surprise, surprise! Pixel ensures instant destruction for Hakatori.
I mean, for a circle like this and where they are, I'm feeling a back-to-back for BB team here, Mark.
Yeah. It's all about that control on the south side. The zone shift their way, and they're not overextending. They're not going for the kills. They want the additional 10 points. Steve has to move his way forward. P90 in the hand, but Pixel, yet again. Peekaboo, I see you, and another kill will fall for Esports.
Not bad at all. Not bad at all. They've put themselves in number 1 with GK falling earlier with only 1 kill. Foot has officially wrestled it off them for the first time in this tournament. That is big stuff going on as now blue zone nades go forwards against all of this. It's only 1 blue zone nade though, so it's not doing a huge amount other than really taking down Akim by the looks of things. Maybe they can try and get to him. Smoke, yes, they can actually get the attempt at the res off. So said hits Beamy. More VP on the way though to try and shut this down. Nick's here with the drive-by.
Yeah, it's not going to be resball either, so they've got to get in towards zone. They're going to continue pushing their way forward. Win or die, maybe we'll leapfrog onto that, though. Game got it, providing the pressure. I'm surprised they didn't throw that blue zone note earlier. They dumped some U2 in. Yes, they received a lot of U2 back, but it was not stacking up. That's the unfortunate side when you only have 1. Here comes an example. To get a couple of knocks, throw a blue zone nade in, you might claim out, and they will do. Nixie, showing us how it's done.
Okay, Levante down now. That's P90 out of action for a moment here. As Gladiators on this north side, anybody in the north, they just have to kind of kill each other off and hope they get enough points, because transitioning south of this spot is going to be almost impossible unless you have a complete convoy of cars and then your opponents miss their shots. As Gladiators under a lot of pressure right now. Extends, last one in the smoke, trying to get Levante up. It'd be big if he could, but P90 very important. Just goes for the spray. Oh, nice. He gets him.
Nice. And the links tucks him down. Akim will fall. You're right, the South team, BB, looking to close it up. They've been disciplined enough. This is now point salvation. ADR, low 15th place at the moment. 5 kills under their belt and 43. One more. We're starting leapfrogging them ahead. VP down to a 2. It says 4 versus 3 versus 2. It'll be very difficult for them now to get Akim back. I think 100 ADR just need to play this out as a duo.
Try their best. It's going to be difficult. Already Akim
7 kills.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, even with an arm in hand, you're gonna have to lie down and hope that your opponents lose track of you. See what you can get done. Virtus Pro on the edge of all of this, but BB team should be getting the back-to-back here when all is said and done. And that means, if you look at the points, I can't believe I'm saying this.
Yeah.
But GK could be in 3rd by the end of this game.
Insert next contender.
Oh my
BB
God.
team. I think for VP's got a big decision now. They're trying to chase down BB. Do they try and get the last point from 100 ADR, then tab out? Do they go aggressive? Do they try and play towards BB team? It's a difficult one. We're over the halfway point now as we finish ones up. And then what you don't want to be doing is giving BB another point. Another point. They're now on 9, looking to close it up. And as you say, it's another contender for top spot.
Yeah, they will be just trying to soak up all the kills. They need the kills as well as the placement points, really, to be able to really challenge that position. As Phil first here moves forward, tries to go for a nade and all of this. Hicks gone as well. Besto gets himself another kill point. It's done and dusted as easily as that. BB team holds off the Storm down in the bottom left corner and is able to get the back-to-back. That's what BB stands for, Martin. Amazing stuff coming in from the boys. Where's Martin? Where is he?
They did go back-to-back, though. I pretend to be Martin for a second. I haven't got all the stats and facts, though, James. But, yeah, look, BB team have already done it once, but we saw them do back-to-back, though, on the first day. Arango and Arango. Avengers still shocked, though, as he's trying to figure out exactly how they got away with it. But it all came down to control, right?
Yeah.
They held the south side, and it was like, for me, it was going to be them or VP. And either one of them would have entered that kind of next contender to maybe de-lodge GK even more.
He's in awe. He was in shock. Actually, he could not believe what he'd seen. I understand it, Martin. It's ridiculous.
I was hoping for it. I was fingers crossed. And even with that sudden shift, I was like, how is it happening? Is it gonna happen? They had to drive all the way. They had to fight for an edge of the zone. And they did this. Like, it's kind of unexpected. We saw the back-to-back in Erangel, and now they do it here in Miramar and on Tego. And this was the campaign we were hoping for BB team, right? We were saying, okay, maybe it could be a 3-horse race, maybe, but it has to be done on Tego and Rondo, and then they have to do it again once we get to Erangel. And they're able to do so. 21 points, guys. It's like we know what you talk about.
It's like deja vu as well, because I think after the first 3 or 4 games of the tournament, dead last, 16th place, not doing anything. And now BB team has decided, well, actually, yeah, we are kind of good at the video game, so let's play the video game properly. I mean, Mark, it's going well.
It's like that though, isn't it? BB team have a very unique way of playing. They can, as I said before, they can go aggressive, they can dial it down. I feel like when BB team get into the groove of things, like that control play, go back to how well they control that sort of stuff, you kind of always can bank on them potentially getting the win. They don't overextend, they know what fight to take, and their communication, just kind of like a chess piece, moving it around to close out. Really, really good. And they have literally came from 16th. They're doing a geeky as they are trying to claim that top spot at the moment. I am also about a couple of other teams, sort of the Win or Die, Twisted Minds. Are they going to also insert themselves into this top spot? That is so close, there, James.
Yeah, I kind of miscalculated how many kill points they could potentially get towards the end there. So not quite knocking down Geeky into that third place spot, but it is so close, Martin. What a treat we're in for.
They didn't have time to do so. They had to get out from the north side of Go Dock and then move around and get on the palace sides of things. They couldn't get all the kills. No, but yeah, sure. This was a really example of how you're supposed to be playing late games. There's teams with 3-4 alive against them, but they took the control. They managed to get into a fantastic spot, and they just fought their way through here. But yeah, 6 points difference between our first to third place. That's massive. The other teams still also somewhat close, Twisted and down up to Virtus Pro's 13 points still. So still a massive amount of money to be made if you have a good game, if you're currently in 7th, 8th place at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, with 3 games remaining, I don't see any reason a Virtus Pro couldn't join that top pack as well. If the moving goalpost doesn't go too crazy about things. That being said, though, Mark, I think Foot's playing fantastically. Obviously, they kind of got caught a bit on that northeast side here, but we saw how open that terrain was, right? You've already committed to it. The circle shifts don't go your way. It's GG, go next.
And you've got to give it to 100 ADR. They took a position that was very risky from an E pickup and actually favoured them as they got line of sight into T-Bone as we're trying to anchor Na'Vi. They're always going to come off that high ground. But you've got to break down Foot are playing so well. They're moving to locations. They're happy to spread out, also consolidate down. Pixel trying to launch out some mortars. And also back in another 2 points at the very, very end there. He knew he was gone. But he knew if he stood where he was, there was people going to try and push his way and try and maximise the amount of points I can get out of this game. Let's reset. It'll be time for Rondo.
All right, well, time for a break before we get onto that Rondo. So we have 3 more games remaining. It's a spicy one here as we have those competitors towards the top vying for the championship. See you in a few.
big updates to map consistency, an expansion of the recall system, and the results of those aim punch tests. All this and more as we dive into the Update 35.1 patch report. First up, as we talked about in the 2025 roadmap, we're starting our big moves towards standardizing key gameplay elements of the Battlegrounds experience. This will be a phased approach over the next several updates, and we'll begin with items. You'll see things like the zipline gun, emergency cover flare, and stun gun appearing across all Battlegrounds, while things like the thermal scope and blue chip transmitter are being removed everywhere. Take a look at the roadmap for all of our upcoming plans, or the patch notes to see the specifics of this first set of changes. Another way we're unifying the experience is by expanding the recall system to all maps, which means it's now available on Karakin and Paramo. Each map will have its own specifics for the system, so check out the patch notes for details. We're looking forward to seeing how these changes shift strategy on these maps. Next, thanks to your great testing and feedback, we're ready to implement the new aim punch system to live. We're going live with the settings from our last gunplay labs, and are looking forward to hearing your feedback on the system in the live environment. Last but not least, we're making audio adjustments based on your feedback, such as your shooting, driving, and the mortar explosions. Let us know how it sounds. There's also a new contender system in the workshop, a new survivor pass, more improvements to custom match, a new rank season, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 35.1 is here, so hit up a blue chip tower, call in some friends, and give your enemies a personalized lesson on how aim punch works. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
All right, rocket thrusters engaged. We've only got 3 more games remaining to figure out who is going to take the top spot for all the dollars, for all the moolah, all the marbles, even though actually there is a little bit of a split. That being said, though, for the first time proper in our tournament, Geeky is not in first place. Let's take a look at those overalls and see what we are playing with, Mark and Avenger, because right now, Foot Esports, Mark, is on the spot.
So it was a question, wasn't it? Were they looking backwards or looking forward? So far, they're looking forward. Doing well, despite even losing a couple. And they've been playing as a 3-man sometimes, but they were able to store claim. They are sitting in the top 138 points, is really, really good, but we can't count out GK still there. BB team striving forward. That last game could have been BB or VP. And then you've got the likes of a Twisted Minds and Navi, even maybe a Slam G. Could maybe rock it, because we've only got 3 games left.
Avenger G, talk to me. Talk to me about the leaderboards. E.
Yeah, obviously heavily contributed from that being our current kill leader. 30 kills he's dropped in 15 games, guys. That's an average 2 per game. Ooh. And honestly, yeah, he's been insane. And yeah, it's good to see Foot up there. We talked about the prospect. We talked about the idea of them being able to do so. Mark, you start the day with saying Foot, they're going to do it. I believe, I trust in T-Bone. He even said it out loud himself. I love TPP. And yeah, they are currently doing extremely well here. So that's pretty exciting. But yeah, it is really the question of the teams that are on the left side of the leaderboard, because the other teams that are quite far behind, even though I had hopes for some of them, they have kind of disappointed a little bit in them being where they are. But still, when you look at the left side, except for Slam G, it's very experienced teams. So I'm really happy to see Slam G in there and them being able to kind of turn up and kind of ruffle their feathers a little bit once we come to such a stacked lobby here. And yeah, kind of curious to see what they're able to do in the future. But yeah, we're gonna go to Rondo, and that's gonna be the kind of last line of hope for one of our 3 teams in the top. If you're able to get good points here, double digits, then you can make that foundation that you need to build on once you get to a wrangle.
Yeah, very important. I mean, considering especially the fact that we have the potential of very predictable circles on Rondo. Martin, we're going to be leaving you in the dust in just a moment. Any further thoughts before we get to the Rondo game?
Yeah, the question is really, can BB team do it again? Can they go out and say, okay, we know we've done it before, we've done it on a wrangle. Can they take and kind of close out and Rondo? Not saying maybe they win, but can they get big points again here? Can they build off having this insane momentum and confidence that you get from having a back-to-back win like they have?
All right, let's do it then. We're rumbling into Rondo. Martin, get out of here. Go and get yourself some kind of Faxi Conte boost or something like that, as we have ourselves Rondo on the cards. Me and Mark bringing you in for this. How many playing paths are we going to get is the question, as we have ourselves only 3 more games remaining.
Yeah, only the 1 playing path this one, so not as chaotic as the last one. And I definitely feel like yesterday's games were all down to people taking different locations because of that dual playing path. This one, west, pushing on the southwest, all the way towards the northeast, goes right over the top of the test track. And hopefully all order will be restored with Twisted Minds and Navi claiming their normal spots.
With that one playing, yeah, we have ourselves the potential challenge, the potential fight, even though nowadays they don't really fight anymore. They just kind of stand there on one side, say hello, and then back off.
Hello.
It's all very solved, isn't it, now?
It's only until you get to land. I think that's when the it gets a little bit mixed. Yeah, but they sometimes fight for a car. They do sometimes fight for a car. It's 50-50. But you're right, there's a kind of a wave, and you stay there, we'll stay here, and we'll see you a little bit later.
We'll be all right with it. All right with it. As my eyes very quickly navigate to a Geeky once again. Will the fight back happen from them? They've been in first place for basically 12 games onwards. Now challenge does loom here for the boys. Our PEC champions. Sid, no weapons just yet. Drops off the roof. Oh dear me, that's a Rondo circle.
Which way is it going, bamboo or test track? Because we've got the option of both here. Lots of high ground in the middle. Be interested to see who opts to take that. And Bushido being so close to that high ground, it wouldn't be too surprised for them to kind of consolidate down pretty quickly, because we'd expect teams to rotate in, especially with this kind of, I'm going to classify as a default circle. They need to find the position they want to fight out of here.
Yeah, this is the one that comes stock in the package when you buy a Rondo. You're like, oh, it's not that great. I'm going to have to replace it down the line, you know. But yeah, this is where we are. It's a huge split for Bushido. It's a crazy split, but and they know they can get away with it for the moment, as there's not really everybody else encroaching into these spots. Eventually, we might have a few E-pickups here and there. I won't be surprised if BB team tries to go for one, but they're also very happy about kind of rotating in south, right? Going over that bridge, going versus Rijiang alongside Hunshan, and then just moving in from there, because they've in the past actually gone for that drop spot too. It's just a little bit out of reach. They want it to be on the ground as fast as possible.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think they'll get out the plane, get to the car, because they know Hung Sang's just too far away. That's a normal spot, right? And also, they know VP kind of lurks down, and VP are chasing them down. And a team, Nixie and Ibby, could potentially look for the holdout if they went to a normal drop spot. So finish with the rotation, get the cars early, get something, and pray that you find yourself an E-pickup to work yourself in. High ground will be a big factor. Teams get into these columns. I also really think if teams go towards that sort of north side by the river and work their way down, we've seen a few zones shift towards the northeast here. It's horrific when it comes down to terrain. And the other big thing, I think Molodot just made the marker there for a doozy to say, there's your glider, mate. Get a gas can.
Love it. Yes. All right, well, that will be good scouting info for sure. And then sometimes on Rondo, you even get that brilliant brief moment where the glider passes by somebody who's emergency picked up onto one of the high rocks, and then they have a little cheeky fight, and it gets weird. But I think one thing that I've seen more so of this tournament than others is people just bringing the gliders out of the sky, not even caring really about hitting the driver, just blasting the glider, getting rid of it, knowing that you can deny some of the team's vision that way as fast as possible, and actually causing them a little bit of a problem.
Yeah, so many teams, especially on this map, it is heightened this map, use it a lot more. I was hoping to use the cover well as, oh no, EK closing in.
This might be free.
No, they've seen the car, he has to jump in. He now knows there's a shotgun in hand, they know exactly where he is. Oh no, there goes Ivers, red line unable to get the red line going. So we'll lose a player quite early. But you're right, back to your glider point. So many teams are using it, and we're seeing it change a lot more now. People are shooting them down quicker. Yes, there was kind of that fear factor of like, I remember Doozy talking about it quite openly. I don't mind being the guy because everyone shoots me in it. I gain so much information. Whereas now people are stopped. They've gone back to that kind of, oh, let's actually get back towards the action though. As without doubt, Win or Die and Navi will fight for a little bit of high ground in this corner. Navi receiving a bit of punishment now and looking to be first down. Does get first down without doubt, taking Hakatori down.
Scary when the screen goes grey that fast. Unfortunate that for them. It's a bit of a bloodbath here to really get things going to start off. An M24 in hand. Not too commonly we get to see this. My preferred long-range weapon, to be fair, because basically I'm rubbish with DMRs. So if I hit a good shot with an M24, it's going to really hurt. You know what I mean?
I'm terrible with bolties. I'm more the spray, and hopefully one of them might connect. And it looked good because they were running into my bullets. Whereas I think it takes a bit more skill, James, actually hitting the bolty shot. That satisfaction, if you do get the connection, is the hard work that you delivered.
Well, to be fair, we did see your sensitivity against Quizzy, and with a bolty, that doesn't really work out too well.
Nope, that's why I stay away from it.
That was a good time. I really enjoyed that day. That was fun.
It was good fun. And that's why Geek had been performing so well, because the three of us gave a little bit of educational piece towards Quizzy. It might have been the other way around. I'm not sure. I can tell you I've changed my stance now.
Oh, no, I agree with you. We prepped him for that PEC win. We asked it in the interview at the very end, didn't we? That was very important.
It's what's leading the win here. Let's see if they can win their way back. They've already picked up a kill in a good part of zone without Dope obviously picking up a kill, stolen away from the Win or Die and Navi fire territory. Fortunately, we're playing no more rondos in this event. And he does get him last nice hit gets Sloy. He's down, but he's in cover. But will the team dare to get him back up? It's unknown. I don't think they know exactly where those shots were coming from.
That's tough. Look at that little head bobble. Look at it go. just looking for the finish. It's crazy, isn't it?
You love a skin when it comes to this. The advantage of CVP. When the team start adapting, changing things up, we'll have to wait and see. And Eddie to cover the shots though. Slam G will whistle past. Be very careful though, as we have seen some teams very quickly identify there's only one, maybe two, and actually go, do you know what? That's the compound I want.
Running on through all of this bamboo as well. Again, one of my favorite aspects of Rondo, just knocking down all the bamboo trees. I will say, I mean, since TPP was announced, the circuit, I started playing a bit more of it. I love seeing my progressive skins. Like, obviously, you get to hold them in FPP and stuff like that, but like the full level M24, the one with the fire on the back, it looks fantastic when you're running about. So
yeah.
And obviously all the cars that we were mentioning before, but let's get back on point here a second. I'm getting distracted. I'm sorry.
And have a dog hang out the back of a bag, and off he goes James. Race number one. A couple of teams lock in. Obviously, Footy Sports have moved into Ninox Factory, so they did come in from their south side, so they'll be partnering ways, part in Test Track as well with Twisted Minds, who, unlike Navi, they tend to lock this down. They don't sort of tend to move, and they do move into that Test Track, because obviously you've got those high ground to either side. And Geek with a opportunity to bring in some additional reinforcements in the way of loot from the sky.
Yes, please. We'll get some more guns on the side of Spiro. Just waiting for our first circle to close, and then they'll be trying to get something on board. Here comes a doozy, as he's very high up in the sky, so not too bad to get some information on board. It still takes a while to get there, though. Still quite far away on that south side. Before he actually spots anyone, and this already kind of starts to give him a good lay of the land, right? Oh, okay, ahead of me in my entire field of vision, no cars, no nothing, no sound. That means you guys are free. We have an easy way into this first circle to get things going, and then, as you previously mentioned at the beginning of this game, we've got 2 circles choice to pick from.
Just do a Go Stadium, I'm not going to lie. I was about to say, I think Ascend might have a glider as well. They do. JS9 from that height, it's a bit of questionable. Doozy might have landed for a refuel. We know he is well known to do that. He carries multiple gas cans. He tries to keep that UAV in the air as best as possible. And Ascend, well, the shots coming in from Negative. Just again, gaining the information as they will joystick the rest of Ascend now a little bit deeper into zone.
Nice shots from Mad Negative there for a second. It's hard with the DMR to keep connecting with them, though, as the depth at which the glider moves away from really starts to change your bullet drop quite significantly, because of how fast it does move. So you've got to be really on point with things. And down all the way at Yulin here for the boys. They've got quite a spread up towards the top, as Shro is kind of close to 100 ADR, just being a bit silent about it, doesn't want to be taking too many fights just yet. And VP prepping an emergency pickup just in case we go big north for them. Love that to start.
Well, again, normal compound for them to hold, so they've been caught out a few times, especially with a zone shift back towards a surprise Bamboo or Test Track. We'll have to wait and see. Now, they might get blessed if it does pull back towards that southwest. Nixie looking to get rolling with the cars. There's a bit of the 2-2 split, and they look into transition. As we get the zone pop now, where does it go? Nobody knows. Pulls back to the south, which is good. Test Track maybe the way. It means VP we're going to do a 180 and go back the way they came from.
Yes, they will. Not bad at all. BB team just having themselves at South Test Track's position. Not bad at all either, as everybody kind of prepared for a potential shift. That way yielding a lot of that space down in the south. Now Foot has found themselves in the Neox factory. And Vard, a little bit precariously... Oh, he's alongside T-Bone. Okay, so I was going to say precariously close to Twisted Minds if he was just alone, but there is some reinforcement there.
Fortunately for Man Negative, he's taken a few shots, though, at the glider. And the glider joystick the rest of the team to take out. So, Man going to be down to a 3. GK, well, coming in a little bit later here, despite being ahead of BBT. The UAV above Medusa will be making the call. The difference is moving in with that Pico box. We know how deadly silent that is.
The ominous spectre of Rondo. No, I'm not going to go down that track again. It's the Wraith. It's like the most OP car in the game. It's awesome. I wish it was on every map just to annoy everybody.
Not the police car. I love the police car.
Oh yeah, we had the guy tweet us about the police car, and I agree. I like the police car.
Bring it in. Yeah. You know, I'd love to see like a late game, someone driving around with a police car just chasing people down, because you get that extra bump when you're doing it.
Well, all my teammates hate me driving the police car because I always turn on and off the siren over and over and over and never stop.
Like everybody, that's why they won in the game. That's exactly why.
It's great.
Crashing the compound. Oh, come on, a doozy. You know you want to take Top Gun. Pixel, though, he did say next time Pixel, because I called him out about it last time. I said, you had the opportunity to Top Gun, and you didn't. He was behind the glider. And they are going to take the shots. They're going to have to dive down as he come from the ground. A different team. I love this balance, though, James, where you have to keep the momentum of the glider up while taking a couple of shots as well.
Yep.
It is a skill. Unfortunately, a skill Fard won't be partaking in the rest of this game. As Perfectix, though, did catch him out as he sneaked a little bit closer to Twisted Minds.
Phil first to set up a mortar on that south side as well, so we'll be keeping an eye on that and what's going on with it. As Vard's down, the reinforcement angle here from T-Bone's trying to slow down Perfectix on that move forwards against him, but that little lip of the gas station position doesn't allow him to have enough vision, so a nade will connect with Vard. Sad times. I did think maybe they were flexing too much into Twisted Minds territory. Of course, like, it was pretty much a guess, but it seems to have come to fruition.
No, Shro's down. He's not fully out.
Show's cancelled.
Yeah, restart, remake. Slam G. Moved into their compound as well, but he's obviously long distance, unable to get the confirmation. Nixie trying to punish as well as they still holding a bit of a 2-2 split from the guys. Again, unsure where the zone might play back to him, but really good spots to be holding. I've seen the E rotate potentially coming over the top as back towards the other side. PWD claiming as much as he can on his south side, and he does gain the information now that Na'Vi trying to sneak on round him.
I do wonder what Spiro got from the flare for GK, and yeah, we are just waiting for that circle to pop. Brex is still in his glider. Aduz is still in his glider. Aha, okay, west of text track. Nobody could have seen that coming. But there is still that little high ground rock, which does cause some problems later for the next shift.
Well, guys that are in test track, like Twisted Minds, BB team, Foot Esports, you've got that ridge just on the outside. I think one of these teams want to be the final team, holding that ridge, trying to play into late game. Everyone else, pedal to the metal. Let's go for a full send. Redline, they take a couple of shots though. Hope go through on the other side, and they are in the boulder. Initial shots coming from 100 ADR, also causing damage to Hope as they trying to get a little bit away. So they do continue the rotation pass. Ding! 360 spin and back on. Which way? I don't know where I'm going.
Intentional.
You're going the wrong way.
That was not what I expected. And likewise for a lot of these teams, also not what they expected. Look, Rock's able to take down Rock straight away. He's taking some damage. What is going on? Flipping it over him as well.
No!
Has to get some shots, but has to reload. It's a disaster.
Oh my God, he's so lucky Dante was there as well. Third party action comes in. He hit his last couple of shots into the car and didn't anticipate the Marine of the mag. He puts him in the back of the buggy now. He's going to try the evac here, but this is not the best. His head would just about be popping out the top of the smoke. We'll try to continue to rotate past as they suffer catastrophic casualties in that rotation.
Absolute cluster of players everywhere just trying to charge on in. Brex go with a JS9. Love it, but well, it's got some interesting utilization as GK now moving in north of them, even just kind of wrapped around this whole position here. I think they're trying to scout out exactly what's going on in that spot and then maybe see if they can hit it hard.
See on the map feed as well, it's Chris and Kilikai move away and they instantly start chasing them down with cars. Element of bullying, I feel like, from Geeko. They're trying to get every point they can, but the point that they start to play, they're not their game anymore. Here come the nades from Redline. Nitro is down. More damage comes in. Unfortunately will fall though. Evo catches one, swaps over towards the Estelab, but doesn't quite get the connections. Oh,
makes a whole lot more sense now. Yeah, there was actually a flare from Ascend, and they were kind of scouting around to see if they could get something free. But Kilikai with a JS9 as well. This JS9 city for Ascend, apparently. Kilikai's now down, though. PWD does finish him off. If GK wins this, they could get themselves actually another flare crate, but they all need to survive to make this really work.
They do. RV knows exactly who's in the compound now, so they're applying an element of pressure. They will get back in their bus. That JS9, he was hopeful at that distance there, Brex, with that. Christo has 349, 9 minutes in his back pocket. And he's got 556 also in there as well, so he's limited when it comes down to the util, but I think he's expecting an explosive push here. He's got an Uzi in hand.
I think Bushido was under a lot of pressure, dropped a load of smokes, and Batulis just started driving through the smokes and running them over. And now he's come back to the rest of Twisted Minds in that northeast side. So that was interesting. Ferris holding up to the side to test track here, taking down a doozy. They're trying to enter from this east position. It's a good little spot to be able to take him away from, and it's only really Molodok now for BB team to make something happen down in that picture. Chris, Uzi, what is going on? They've all got 9mm guns. This is nuts.
It must have been a memo we didn't quite catch on this one. Because I need to get closer. Get huge amounts of ammo. I know it's lighter, right? But how much do you need to carry? Oh, Pains moves forward. Barrel in hand. He can pack a big punch with that. Goes for the flash. Now looking to go over the top using the advantage. Don't he? Oh, no. It catches him, but not enough. It's Chris. steering his way forward. Lets the first car go by. Once Quizzy out in the open, gets the spray with the Uzi and puts him down.
He's normally used to the big guns, is it, Chris? With the M249, of course. However, this time, little gun in hand. What can he get done with it? See, another one. Oh, goes round for it. Goes for the push.
Oh, no.
Spiro shuts him down. Ascend is gone.
Oh, gone. But he got a Bison win. I'll give him that. He likes the 9mm when it was in the cup. Harvey losing Hakatori quite early on. Now there are 3. They actually left the fight, the third-party action between GK and Ascend. They played in towards BB team, so I have to wait and see as the zone continues to leave. And we are trying to find that sort of one remaining team, as you mentioned before, and in the kill feed though, with Chornins running out and running over, saving the ammo. We really want to kind of springboard from this position into the late game. Whereas though he's just taking a lap, a victory lap maybe, on the high ground.
Yeah, I think Twisted Minds is knowing that there are still threats that lurk from Test Track, from the X Factory direction, so they're trying to shut those down as quickly as possible. There's your leapfrog forwards there.
Wow.
Molodoc does take down Batulin, and actually, this is a problem, especially if Na'Vi eventually decides to get out of these cars and start shooting their way as well. Twisted Minds, a little bit of panic setting in now. GK versus Foot, big potential fight going in here. He's going away from this.
T-Bone with the first knock as well. And spray, transfer cost, gets fired down to one. Difficult to go, unfortunately, not quite as much damage because he's back in the fight though, as they do flush out one. Only 2 remain from Foot Esports and they are split. It's either going to work or it's not. T-Bone holding on as he gets the full mid over.
Yeah, they need those reinforcing shots coming on in. And GK is gone as Beanie is able to assist things while this is all said and done. That's very important for Foot. I thought they were going to be taken down there by GK, but not to be the case.
Nope, and they put themselves back on top. GK did leapfrog for a very short period of time. Watching though for Foot, there's catastrophic losses here, and the pressure continues to fold. Just in mind, are the victor. Na'Vi be looking to try and sweep in, but their eyes will be very fixated also back this way. They know Foot have suffered these losses, been causing a bit of a problem. Actually, Na'Vi scrap that. They want to go, hey, do you know what? We need to get late game.
I think Virtus Pro might be looking for Foot here, trying to get rid of them. They know that their moving goalpost isn't as aggressive as it could have potentially been from this game, and they are currently in 4th place as the ones that will be looking to chase down that top pack. If they can get rid of Foot here, they will limit how much that goalpost does continue to shift. As T-Bone exchanging nades with Nixie, and on the 8, he's gone as well. He did do a little bit of a job though, got Beamy in the process, but looks like VP should be able to win this out, considering it's only T-Bone left and Nixie knew where he was prior.
Yeah, he didn't have any more meds as well, so he kind of had to go for a full send, but a trade 1-for-1 is really good. Unfortunately for T-Bone, he hasn't got any heavy util. Repositions, trying to find Nixie, using the ridge to his advantage. I think there's a question here for him. Can he get out clean? VP definitely applying pressure and trying to deny Foot Esports any more points in this game.
Interesting that he had a flare as well, actually, but anyway. As yeah, still just lurking around, maybe trying to find a way to punish Virtus Pro for the indignity of taking down 8C. Shot some shots, now revealed his position. Nixie's looking straight that way for a second, checks behind him as well. Twisted Minds now on the move, going down south, maybe alongside the road edge, and then maybe trying to move on where Hands of Hope are, but that's a long way away still.
Look, this is huge though for VP. They know they're one of the top teams that are remaining here. If they can get rid of Foot, they get a clean run potentially towards the top side here. Nixie, great spray, but T-Bone able just to get in towards the tree. The blue zone nade will go out. He has another one if he wants to follow it up as well, but he's going to apply the pressure. Does bounce by. T-Bone has no vest now, so he's trying to figure out where the heads from VP are going to peek over. And Beamy, well, just running by, trying to get over an angle. T-Bone gets the bait and a great spray onto VP.
Oh, look, Rooks saw him straight away. There's only so much cover you can get with a pro move like that, and it wasn't enough in this game. Stayed now just crashing into the compound here where Gladiators is for Na'Vi, the last remaining member of Na'Vi.
Oh my god, through the car.
Damn, straight away. That being said, on the other side of things, Slam G takes down without no. So they are gone as well. 97 points currently on Slam G. He's looking around the corner here to maybe go for a little spray. Decides against it. He's in the blue. Got to get out of there. Finishes the flush off. Can he go for a heal?
Needs to go for a heal. Goes for a bit of util. Good place. He's 2 FPP as well to get through the building as quickly as possible. Extends now, chucking the mollies in. Na'Vi unfortunately also losing numbers, but the leaderboard getting tighter and tighter. There he comes through. He's going room by room. He's gone for through. Oh, he doesn't quite get the connection.
Yep, just peeks around the corner there a little bit. Extends trying to weed this out wherever he can. I'm surprised he didn't, because he went outside. I thought he was going to throw it through the other window to try and kind of isolate as many rooms as possible, but not to be the case. Sawn off in hand now for Extends. The 1v1's going to continue.
Well, we don't have a BB win. This is all VP's game now. They've really got to turn the dial up. Maximize kills, but guarantee placement. It's a difficult line to sort of walk, but at the moment they are pushing towards this 1 versus 1 as Na'Vi versus GG store underway in the compound, but they've lost the zone.
Exploded the car down at Hands of Hope. That means that they will be limited in their potentials for moving in later on, unless they've got a few more vehicles available to them. You would expect them to have made a car fort, as did catch him with that molly. Extends, but he will start healing through it, as Stade was on the move. He went down on the ground, sees him just barely there. Is it Org versus Ump? Did Stade have an Ump? Is that why I saw?
Yeah. Oh, he saw his head though. Bink. And he's going to be. I don't think he wants to even use the Ump. He does, but he wants to use nades to finish this one off. Going to get close despite having a huge gun that can release the ammo on top of Navi. But unfortunately for them, they are going to continue. As points on the board. Pretty good play from them. Again, maximising what they can. Zone shifts again back towards south the road. A little bit more on the south side. They are been left to their own devices here. The 16 now remain. He should have a lot of util, but they've got to stop Slam G slamming their way through.
Yeah, and from where Slam G is to where 100 ADR is, it's actually very open. Like, there's these tennis courts, but really there's not that much cover at all. That's why we saw some emergency cover go down there for a second. Pushing on this building can be really problematic sometimes. So 100 ADR just going to be looking every single angle they possibly can to try and shut this down. You can see Slam G now moving to the far left side of this wall. They need to get closer to the wall. They're bringing some cars in to crash this building. One weakness of the building is no real windows north side.
Did you let it go? He's got 2 more meds. He kind of needs to kill. He needs to.
He's gone.
He's messed it. He's absolutely messed it. He's had a mare. He's had an absolute mare day. Nade, not to nade. Not to take the kill. No, take the blue zone. Out we go. 6th place. Placement points though. Man will tab out.
Well, 100 ADR. Nate goes through. No, that's not going to connect. Moving out of the windows there for a second. They've yielded a little bit of the inside of this building, as still a P90 does exist here. So you've got to be very careful of Slam G if you're going to move forwards. A few more nades forwards from Mogo. Try and make something work. Sawn off in hand as well. They're just smoking off everything they can towards south because they know that there are lines of sight there. So they can't keep that open, but the nade goes through from Lurex.
He does get the first connection behind it. Surprise! Luke, there's one. Go for the second, go for the spray. Jumps over the top and scores, though. Akin will fall. And unfortunately for 100 ADR, the final player remains on the outside. The one holding the anchor to move to expect the victory. The shield goes down. And surprise, surprise, there's a player behind it. But 100 ADR, wow, that was quick from Slam G.
For all the teams in the south, they knew that eventually this fight was going to go down. You just had to bide your time and wait for those teams to really collide up there. I mean, you can't have known exactly that there was just 2 teams up there, but you kind of would expect, with the amount of people still alive, that something was eventually going to go down. That now buys time to make a move yourself on this south side. With Navi only having Stade remaining, he's gone down. Virtus Pro is going to capitalize on this completely and start really trying to stranglehold some of this spot.
Trying to keep them in the compound, aren't they? That's a really good play. I don't think the ridgeline's going to expose enough of it, though. But a good play. VP showing the discipline that they've got to try and close this game out. It's 4 teams around remain. 4 versus 4. That's what VP want to take. Hope 100 ADR focus their attention now. Trying to joystick him into the fight in Slam G. And then they can leapfrog into a victory. VP just need to keep their heads down, stay alive in this little phase.
Maybe. Okay, ball in hand. Just trying to hold them on that single rock there. Hands of Hope. With only this rock remaining, you better have a lot of smokes. Because as soon as you throw more smokes down and you try and move forwards, people are going to be shooting through those smokes anyway. Try and get you done. That's an amazing nade! It's big! 3-piece in the bag.
What a Kobe. They weren't in zone. They had to get moving. They were getting ready to go. And 180 yards said, Give me some more points. Slamgy hearing the action now knows roughly where the final player of 100 ADR is as they move in. VP again springboarding themselves, joysticking their way forward to try and keep as many people as they can in this compound. The moment 100 ADR take the fight with Slamgy, expect VP to start working their way in.
I feel like VP's playing like a team possessed at the moment. 10 kills on the board. I think they know that there's an opportunity here for them to join that top pack and then maybe even challenge for the entire tournament. But Lurex here and Slamgy is also on the hunt as well. 8 kills down right now. They were able to wrestle away this gym away from everything that was going on with 100 ADR. But now, can they deal with the advantageous position that VP's put themselves in?
Oh, it's difficult. They are playing open terrain. The off angle comes in. Slamgy gets beamy down. He was standing right on the open. He wanted to get a confirmed down, but it's technically, yes, I know it's 4 versus 3, but it's been difficult to get both those reses back up. Ibby, for me, I think is out now. Crux has to hold. He has to gain the information, and it's going to be down to the guys to spear, which is going to be Nixie beaming just to try and hold off this push from Slamgy.
This ridge line. How much util does Slam have? Do they have anything available to try and dislodge this position? Because Virtus Pro has 1 nade, 2 mollies, 4 flashes on the side of Slamgy.
Oh, wow.
Bit of a connection there. Moves on back away from it. Using these mollies early-ish, I would say, to try and get rid of them.
Yeah. Agree. I think it is a little bit too early. You can't lose Lukrux there. He's critical to stay alive. Here, he has to gain the information of where they come out. Beamy won't drop the ball now, especially when it comes down to that gym in that north side. But he has to try and work with little to no cover. They only have a ridge. And some Doritos.
They know what this game means. They really do, considering how well they've done. The teams above them went out early. 11 kills. As you say, they've got to keep an eye on that gymnasium in the north. As soon as someone peeks out there, that's a problem. And if they peak at the same time as Artix with that P90, that becomes a problem. They've got threats all abound here. And Boost still has the angle on Looker-ups. Smoke goes down. Tries to deny him from being taken out.
Yeah, Slamgy are biding their time, aren't they? They're just waiting. They know he's got to move. So just trying to wait as they peek on round. Mogor also looking. They want to try and isolate Lukrux now. There is a gap in the smoke, waiting for him to go across. They have got the opportunity to get the shot, but they miss him now as he moves across into the second line of smoke. Mogor hit with the spray. The information's gained, but no connection yet from Slamgy.
Taking lessons from Ibby on these smoke trails. Big spray from Nixie. He takes down Artix. That's the P90 out of action here for a moment. Will they pounce on it? Beamy also gets boosted with the molly. It's perfect stuff from Virtus Pro. This could be them joining that top pack.
What a power play. One move from Nixie despite losing the helmet. Maybe securing that clutch at the end, but no, Mogor says no. He goes out in the blaze of glory. Lukrux goes down. He's trying everything he can, but Nixie will end it. Good play from him. Reposition, and it's a win. 24 points. VP entering that top contending spot.
Absolutely massive. What a game coming out from Virtus Pro here after realizing they had a perfect opportunity. The stars aligned here for Virtus Pro, and they played an absolute blinder on Rondo. This is... I'm a little bit flabbergasted here. Martin, come back in. Talk to me, man. Because, well, if maybe you're shocked again, we'll see.
No, I'm not in awe this time. You're in awe, though. But yeah, 24 points for this one, right, guys? We were talking about it. You have to build a foundation going into the rank. This is exactly what Virtus Pro did. They put themselves into this top 4 now, effectively, that could take the first place. They opened the door for themselves. Meanwhile, the other teams, they still salvage a few points, still get some kills on the board for them to kind of solidify themselves a little bit in that. They still need big games to make sure that they are contesting for the first spot, but this is exactly what we were talking about, right? And you had to do it on these 2 curveball maps, and what a fantastic way they did it. Sure, they had a lot of control towards the center. Slam, also very impressed with them. They were outside the zone. They had to fight their way in, and they managed to get 15 points for this one too.
Not in my wildest dreams coming into today did I think we'd have 4 teams now challenging for the championship mark.
This is insane, right? This goes down to the final 2 maps, right? Did we see Foot and Geeke sort of fight it out, thinking they're going to get the win, and maybe a surprise, a BB team or VP will just leapfrog ahead? Because you can see on that kill board, the Geeke was like, oh, I'm like at the top, I'm winning. Then Foot Esports like, no, you're not. I'm going to make sure I get back that there with 1 additional point. But the discipline from VP in that game, didn't overextend. They knew it was critical to get those additional points, at least to put them in such a close proximity to try and take the lead.
Where do you even begin? Only now 11 points stands between Virtus Pro and number one. I am shocked. Foot wrestling away number one, of course, from GK is big. Only 1 point behind now. BB team with the back-to-back. Virtus Pro with a 24-point blinder here. And I will say as well at the same time, Martin, kudos to Slam G for how they played out this game too. In 5th place, they are a little bit out of reach of those top spots as a whole, but they really made a good meal of it.
Yeah, and again, as I said, like they had to move, they had to play, they had to fight their way into a spot like this and take it by force rather than being somewhat gifted circles for them. So that's really impressive. Yeah, for a team for them to be right now in 5th place, sure, they could go back to back, go crazy. Let's not focus on that. It's for me, it's the focus in the top 4. We have 11 points difference only for 4 teams, and they are all above 130 points after just 16 games. That's insane to me, how well these guys have been able to play. And that's also the reason when you look at the right side of the leaderboard, why there's a lot of teams that don't have that many points, because there's simply not enough available. All these other teams have been fragging out, and they've been so consistent in terms of placement points.
It's true. It's very true. And when you look back historically at our last 2 days with our Erangels BB team, they get that back-to-back day one. That has to be kind of weighing on people's minds a little bit if they can do something similar to that kind of play as a whole. Virtus Pro, game 11, wins a game on Erangel as well. So they've already rolled out of Rondo with a 20-point game here, Mark. There's a huge potential threat for Foot and GK looming in BB team and Virtus Pro.
It's going to be such an interesting final 2, because I know we are going to focus very much on that sort of top, but if we see a Slam G, a Twisted Minds, or anyone else on the other side of the leaderboard take a win of one of these games, it's going to force it down to a bloodbath on the final game, because every point is going to matter. The consistency has to be key. Big shout out for Nixie though. What a move across into Slam G just to play peekaboo at pinpoint right time. They're going to need a little bit more magic as well, but don't count them out. I know they're 4th in the top spot, but a win? You already said they've got a win. And BB team went back to back. These final 2 games are going to be critical for those 2 teams.
Yeah, we get to a position where a notorious game 6 of the day suddenly becomes dangerous, like really bad for these teams that are in pursuit and so close to being able to take number 1. So if you're any of those teams, and we do get to game 6 and it continues to be this close, you've got to play super cautious. Against all the other teams that might just be like, well, we're kind of done, Martin. Let's go absolute balls to the wall and destroy everything.
Yeah, and 1st place is huge. It's $1,000 more than 3rd place in PC. It's $7,000 for the win, right? That's pretty good chunk of change for 3 games of played here, right? So that, or 3 days of play. So that's, for me, also the bragging rights. You're coming in, guys. We're doing fantastic, especially if it's GK. If they're dominating both CVP and FVP, that's a statement to be made for Foot. Sure, they didn't have the greatest of times through PEC, but if they're able to come in here and make a chunk of change, that's huge for them.
Whew. All right, well, here are the results so far from today, and the big dogs, the top teams, aren't letting anybody else have them chicken dinners. Foot, BB team with the back-to-back. Virtus Pro is here. GK has to fire back now on Erangel and make something happen. I suppose before we go into our Erangels, it's not me casting, it's you guys. So I'll continue to talk. Screw you guys. I think that obviously.
What do you make coming into these final 2 games then, James?
Great question. Thank you, Mark. Yeah, I think that obviously you've got to have that fire back from GK. I don't know, though. I'm feeling that maybe BB team can continue to rise on through it after having the back-to-back on Erangel. That's going to give him some confidence about coming into this end, considering that they've already got 2 on the day as well. But we will get to things. It's time for the grassy pastures, ladies and gentlemen. And who better to bring you in than the Buzz Lightyear and the Woody of PUBG Esports? You can pick who you want which one as we go to Erangel.
Yeah, thank you so much, James. And of course, as James said here, the VP team back-to-back first place mark, and also for the Esports back-to-back second place going into day 3 here. They started with the first, they got a second place as well. Foot has been extremely consistent here in the latter half of the tournament. Can they continue? Can they grab the big bag from first place and take over the win here and show that they are the dominant TPP forces?
I think it's going to come down to this game. This is the one, right? And a lot of these teams will play the outside edge. Foot going early, they're going for that starboard drop. VP going to try and push all the way towards Averni. BB go for that normal drop towards Milton Power. Geek, I think, going to be the better position if we get a centralized zone as well. So, I don't know, it's going to be explosive. I just feel like this game is going to be cautious, and then the next game is just going to be chaos, utter chaos.
Yeah, and another contest here. It looks
the
like...
show. It's a driving one.
Oh, he's jumping out. Let's see. What's Xavier going to do? Oh, the slide. Can he get him this time? Oh, the cheeky beaky. Oh, he gets him. And he turns around. Look at that. The backup is in there. And then shots are coming out. Can they get Shro out? No. It's an Eastern zone. We've seen a lot of these so far, Mark. And this is one of the more fair ones. Not that much water in on the lake and the river. Not that much water in the southern side. Sure, there's some of the east that doesn't really matter too much. A lot of the teams are also already inside the circle here, which means for the teams coming in from the west side, it's going to be more difficult for them to grab some of those priority spots, get some of those high tier compounds towards the mid and late game.
This is insane. This is insane. The one team that's been victorious throughout most of this tournament now hasn't got the zone. They've got to work their way in. The others have the zone to a degree. Vard obviously instantly turned around, so he played back towards that compound on the coast. BB team obviously with monodocked up in that lumber yard. I wouldn't be too surprised for them to try and push up towards there, or maybe even holding an anchor back. If we see a southeast play, if we go back down to that mill to power, you surely got to punch a ticket in for BB team's victory. Be an interesting one to watch. Some early action already happening. It'll be tough. I think we're going to see some disruptive teams now, Martin. Teams like Bushido, teams like Win or Die, Redline, who are in the zone, who can try and take some of this prior spot away and cause damage.
Yeah, and that's the scary thing right now, right? Because the teams with not that many points, they could potentially be cannon fodder, but they could also be a thorn on the side for these teams that are chasing for first. They're trying to get the bag. They're trying to get the win, and there's just 2 games to do so. And that's why we might be seeing, Mike, I think more teams play a little bit more cautiously and kind of take their time to figure out where they're going to be playing here, especially with the time being for Foot. Sure, they're on the edge here. They're going to be able to slowly get in some of the high ground spots available, but the vast majority of the good compounds are going to be taken by the likes of 180R, Win or Die, Bushido, even Twisted Minds and Redline are going to be able to get in there and get some of those spots. So they're going to have to play slow and cautiously in terms of how they're approaching this circle. Get in, kind of drive, scout a little bit. Vard will probably be one of the first ones to do so. He's actually getting quite deep at this point here. Maybe the J compound is open for him, but yeah, we'll see how deep they're able to go here for this one, Foot.
Just means that game 6 will be mad. Martin, if you get your way, you've got your stats, you've got your numbers. If you get your way on this map, it's just going to be mental for the final game. Well, though, it's in a good spot. Got some high ground here. Let's see if they can control it. Redline obviously are in prison, so they are neighbouring, but no real way to sort of contend unless they make a full commit towards the south. But they don't need to because they are centralised zone. They'll already try and push their way in. Geeke with a longer rotation in, but we do know this team is good despite losing zones, especially early on in the event. They're okay. They tend to find their way to a victory. Can they do it now in the final 2 games? It's a big ask. There's a lot of teams like Na'Vi, like Twisted Minds be standing in their way.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, Geeky, as you pointed out at the beginning here, Mark, and as we talked about, these guys have a bit of way to go, so, but like they've done it before. They've had games where they have been able to do extremely well, even though they haven't had the priority of the circle. They had to move far and still make good moves, make good pushes. Now, VP, they're getting in on the northern side quite close to Foot. One of the teams they are chasing, only 11 points behind Foot. But Vard has been able to scout, as I said, the J compound here, that it is free, close to the mansion forest, and they're able to grab that. And with a decent, even a central zone or an all-eastern shift in the first couple of ones, they're actually sitting pretty in this compound. It's such a strong one. Sure, you can breach it quite well on the western side with the walls, but you can defend it quite well with some of the spots you can take around the glass house. But look at that. They're already out fishing. They are smelling that VP are over here. Mossboard takes down Perfectix. This is not good for Twisted Minds.
It's not good for Twisted Minds. I was worried actually for VP. They saw 2 cars go by. I thought they might try and breach in. Slam G's breach over the top. There's 1, nearly 2. As Redline slamming causes huge damage and forcing them to go back.
Oh, good shots coming in here. And also shots returned from Redline. That's insane for Slam. That's a good start here. And it's a good spot in the zone too. I've been extremely impressed with these guys, Mark. As I said, Boostic and the boys have been turned up. And also been turning off. Look at that T-bone though. It's been gonna get caught by Ibiza.
Oh my God.
That is so unfortunate for Foot. The team in the lead getting caught by a team chasing here, Mark.
That's not what you need. That's not what you need. And that's really confirmed. I think they would have had a huge understanding of who was rotating past him from the drop spot. That is confirmation. VP have the opportunity. Will they set the trap now? Isolate the individuals. Is he looking to collapse as well? That J compound might be the one to hold. But they've still got Pixel up in Stauben. You remember they saw only 2 cars with 1 person in each rotate past.
Yeah, exactly. VP has been turning on for sure. Nixie's been gotten, 24 kills in 15 games. He's really been turning on for himself. Obviously, he's a fracker. He's such a mechanically gifted player. And now the T-bone lost. He loves TPP. I don't think he loves dying first. Who loves TPP? T-bone loves TPP, but he doesn't love dying first here. That's so unfortunate. You have to sit back and wait, especially for the penultimate game here with 25 more minutes. Go get a water, go get a break, and then go back and help the guys. Pixelic is going to take off with a gassed out vehicle here. And he's going to be able to fly around, get some information. Surely this is the time for VP to spot him and just take him down. Like, they need to put the hammer down. They don't want this guy flying around, putting in damage on them and on their vehicles.
It's an opportunity to rotate down, but let's not forget Miramar. T-Bone went out early. Esports got the win. Okay, game number 1. Can they do it again?
Conspiracy.
No, I'm just saying. There could be something behind it. Pixel's going to have a lot of information from there, but also for VP. When they obviously realised the UAV circling that J compound, they're like, okay, there's only 2 guys on the ground. If we breach correctly, we could cause some damage. And we can already see on the map feed there that Ibi is taking shots towards Pixel as well. So, eyes in the skies, especially coming from the north, you'd instantly you'd know who that player is sitting in that seat.
Yeah, exactly. Look at this, though. The setup here for BB team. Hoping for this circle to go south. Not that many teams are kind of in the center because we have this open space in between Mansion and the Hall of Fame and the Alamo. There is not that much space there. Big areas to be taken. Still the bunker area and the big tier 3 building here where Foot is going towards. Look at that. They're kind of hurting them a little bit. They're kind of pushing them away. Look at that. Shots coming out. Hurting them away from it. Foot saying, we're here. Don't get close. And they actually turn around. They're 2 guys. They don't want to overpower him. They only saw 8. They only heard 1 car being shot from 8. Obviously shooting with the ace. I'm not sure that VP wants to fight this at all until they know where the circles are. Like, is it worth fighting for a compound that's potentially out in the next circle? I don't think so. And they are chasing. They're just 10 points behind Foot now. Pixel, look at that. Information is coming out. And HC has shared. There are some players over here, and they very likely know that it's VP.
Yep. 100% no. Pixel doing what he does best. He joysticks VP into Lipovka. They'll be on the coat.
The border collies.
They are border collieing him away, keeping him away. I know there's only 2 cars as well, so I think he's trying to figure out. He's just getting options for the team now, isn't he? He's right. If the zone shifts south, where can we go? How do we get in? I do worry. It's a risky game. Vard's by himself. Ainsley's by himself as well. They've got to be really, really cautious because VP already had the taste of blood. Well, taste of blood, send, and get confirmed. Slowly Jackets can give them a point on the board. They are still working their way in. BB team, on the other hand, though, a bit of a standoff here without dope.
Yeah, it's going to be a slow sort of game again, as we talked about. Like, this is not worth fighting for until you know that you're going to have to stay here or you're going to have to fight for terrain later in the game. So they're just passively waiting here. A few of the guys are already in cars, as we talked about. Pre-driving, being ready is important. It's crucial. Next circle pops. It's very, very central, very standard. Not much changes here at this point here. The teams on the edges obviously try to get deeper, but at this point here, it's just about the guys that are trying to defend and fend off some teams. Good shots coming in though from Dante. as we follow Mailman here. Boostic also finds PUBG. That is GK in a fight with Slam. That's huge.
No. This is huge though. Slam G trying to climb the leaderboard. GK trying to get back on top. Does get the knock going back though. Hands Hope do go down with Ascend. You can see him in the kill feed, but staying with this one is Slam G. Peekaboo over the top. He does get a connection, but Mogor has to back away. He's down to one shot. He's still being chased down, refusing. GK team trying to stay alive.
Oh, Diffix. You're able to turn up. You get 3 of them for Slam. Geeky gets points on the board here. They're now on first foot. Meanwhile, try to continue to border Collie VP away. They're trying to get deeper. And now another team's close as well. Gaming Gladiators might have an impact. Even though they're far behind, they can still hit shots. Nixie's down to nothing. One more shot connects and he's dead.
Get away just about. Don't hit the rock. He just scoots one past it. Able to find another ball. This red pixel. She's in the air, but we'll cause some issues chasing down that. But we come back towards BBT and play Peekaboo though. Then without Dope lose one, confirm we'll go out. That's the first point on the board here for BBT. VP on 1, BB team now on 1. Footy Sport have lost the body. It's GK able to claim themselves a top spot.
Okay, BB team, can you connect? Can you shoot here and get some headshots up with the mini? Best though, no. 8x even though, no. No knocks here and Dope, but still, this is one of the better spots. If this circle goes south, oh my god, just look at that. If he shot at the right time there, that would have been some damage coming in towards him, but they want to fend them off, and Dope is under a lot of pressure here. Mark X-Rays is trying to look for a way out, turning around, seeing, okay, what can I work with the terrain that's kind of going away from them, and now Besto, he's running up. He's getting close here at this point. Molly in hand. Doesn't know that he's below. He could peek out quickly. A nade as well. Rico could maybe get a knock and a flush here on the Besto.
Oh, but he peeks out. Oh, no! Reinforcement cover. See, a doozy providing such power play. There goes the Blue Zone nade. Does get the med back on, but it's going to force him back out. Nade comes out. It's only the 1. Blue Zones has to reposition. That does help out as a doozy being a key piece of this puzzle. And they do get him with that Blue Zone nade. That's huge.
Well played. Really nice. Executed there from them. Phil first. Fossil finds the last. Molotov finds the last. Phil first found the first one, obviously. Has stayed now with pressure onto PDD and gets some damaging onto the knock here. That's probably going to be a bleed out if he manages to grab the last one there. Geeky trying to fend Navi off here. Navi also in triple digits, 101 points, but quite far behind. 30 points currently behind VP. Looks like a impossible task for them to take on if they want to get into that top 4, but 2 big games could make it. I'm not sure that they're going to be able to do so, though. Pretty decent split here for them. They have set up quite nicely with a 2-2 split. And if the circles come their way and they play the game as it's perfectly executed for them, they could end up getting a big amount of points in this one here, Mark. And yeah, I'm hoping for it. A new young roster, obviously, with just last year's experience, and now having added State to the roster. A lot of emergency pickups coming in from multiple angles. So look at that. It's a donut, Mark.
This is a donut, but it means Hall of Fame store in the middle, which means there's so much open terrain around it. Save the smokes, save the cars. You're going to need them a little bit later. VP don't opt to take the emergency pickups. They are just on the outside edge now of that zone in Mansion. As Gaming Gladiator, despite losing Dante, they reposition back to the outside edge. This is what it's going to be, but unfortunately, Footy Sports well on the outside edge. BB team have a better position for them. But I wouldn't be too surprised for BB team to kind of renegotiate the zone, try and get an element of cover around that sort of prison section.
I love how the circle is smack bang in the middle of Hall of Fame here. Yep. I would love a actual Hall of Fame ending. That'll be cool. But though, seems to be having some sound cues coming in from BB team. Molotov's over there. Hans spotted the car. Also spotted him. Ace in hand with the red dot. Can he connect though? Is he gonna just try to get out of here? Yeah, he is. He is. This is a smart play for him. Shots are coming in though. Lots of them connecting. Blood gets taken down and probably is gonna get flushed as well here. Molotov drives him over and now Foot is down to just 2.
BBC getting a taste of blood. They go for this.
Oh, no way.
Him, no. Oh my god. AC coming up. They pull up though. The MT49. He does eventually get it. BB team committing to this but losing bodies. Footy Sport refused to. Oh, AC great spray. Molotov able to sort of peek over toward Pixel and cause the damage. It's a 2 versus 1.
Oh, Daisy gets down Besto as well. Now 1 versus 1 effectively. 34 HP only though for 8C. Can he get a nade onto Molotov? No, it's not close enough. A little bit further to the left for him would have been perfect. Molotov gets some heals off here. Takes a painkiller. He's gonna get 3 HP from that one, and then slowly ticking away a little bit more. Now look at that. Smokes are being off here. He's just gonna. That's a good way to make it here.
Smoke.
I like it. Fake smoke, then swings around. Molotov takes down Pixelic. He's gonna see if he can get maybe 2 more points out of this. Meanwhile, Redline, our third party in this one, Mark.
Oh, he sees him as well. He lines up the shots. He gets the shots. Molotov goes down. Oh, he spins and hits him. Made him for a fall. 80 now knows he can take advantage and the aid will go off. He's going to put the final blow in towards BB. No, he misses just at the end.
Molotov, it's another one onto Nodi. That's insane.
What is going on?
That's crazy. Can he get on the flush as well? He gets the flush. And now Molotov's up with the first aid popped off. Still in the blue. Only 1 damage per second though here for phase 4. For phase 3 before phase 4 pops. More damage did connect. It did fix. Look at that. The third party from GK. I like it.
He has to figure out where those shots come from. Thinks he's looking towards the north. He's got the car. He might have to try and get the rotation. Redline should catch up with GK. They're looking to try and secure their spot, though. And Foot Esports need to stay alive. Quizzy was going to fall down towards zone. Another team was like VP, been fighting, holding the outside edge. They will be happy to see BB down and Foot Esports bleeding.
Yeah, that's exactly what they were hoping for not to happen here. With this Eastern Circle going this way, we could get what I was hoping for, a Hall of Fame ending, but look at this, Bushido 2-2 split. The question is now, Mark, I'm posing to you is how long do they hold on to this split? Surely taking the Alamo is going to pay off way more. It looks like they're in the cars. They're going to be going there. And that's exactly what I would do as well. With this smack bang in the middle here, they have all the walls, and with a few cars, they could really make a fortress on the Alamo.
There's just so much open terrain. What more do we want from game number 5? Open terrain. They've done the right thing. They've gone for the collapse. When all die, leave the compound now. They've got to lose the ridge as 100 ADR. Not in zone, pushing towards this north section. When all die on the hole. Panzer on the back pocket, though, of Rocks, though. So try and figure out where the players for 100 ADR. They do see him.
Wow.
Plenty will show him the barrel.
Real plate here with a Panzerfaust in the back, as we talked about here. Vicenti, yeah, win or die. They've been impressive, but today it's been a slower one for them. EB finds some damage onto him as well. Versus Pro, trying to make something happen here. Beamy finds the knock, assisted by Ibiza. Now 100 ADR here. They're gonna have to figure out what do they do. Percenti gone down. Look at that. Can win or die, make something happen here. If you're VP, you're setting up for a gatekeep on these teams. They have to get off this high ground, off. Yeah. Even though, like, right. I would love to see a Beamy driving in with a, jumping out of the car with a backflip Panzerfaust shot out like we saw before. It's possible, but yeah.
Win or die. Beamy.
Yeah, exactly. Win or die, surely. Oh, look at that Bushido also. Look at Spyro with a Panzerfaust. It's happening. They're doing it even more, but yeah, they're going to be setting up for a gatekeep onto Redline here. That's pretty clear at this point. Maybe they think there's someone inside the Harry Potter. There is not. 100 ADR finds Hello My Bad. And that's not good on the Heaven compound here. Slaven finds PUBG. That's GK losing a crucial player here, Mark. That is not good.
And flushed instantly as well. Got to remember, down the drain. Up. You can see him. He's on the high ground. How many meds got to try and get through. Slapping on the off angle causes some damage towards Diffix Base coming in from Na'Vi, who's taken hold of it. They backfilled in Bushido though. Bushido also taking some damage as well. Extends, gets Ivers as he plays Peekaboo on the other side though, and they are continue. GK is split. This is another game. Oh my god, huge nade doesn't quite get the connection though, but he goes down as the M4 sprays through the window.
Yeah, the follow up there from Slaven was perfect. Nice coming in here to do Knight as well. Oh, Brexco joins in and GK's out. They did get points though. They did get kills. So that's exactly what we're expecting from these top teams. They're able to salvage VP3 alive with 3 kills. Foot just down to just 1. And Twisted Minds out on 11th. Ibiza finds Hicks's. This is huge for VP. They have a lot of control on this northeastern side, and it's actually gone kind of their way. They could be playing out of the Kinkwin dip there. Ibiza knows that so well from back in the day, obviously. And now, man, also trying to get in on this western side here. Redline, they're just going to bow out to Ascend at this point, surely.
Yeah, I kind of agree. GG, they're trying to ensure they get as many kills as they get. So Rex goes down. And just on the inside of the zone, the deployable shield providing the cover. Nixie obviously holding the south part of this VP split, but again, expect discipline from these guys. You can see on the map, the VP are going to try and hold out heaven as they are working their way down. Extend's going to try and work his way in. Won't be too long before he comes into the line of sight of Nixie if he continues to hold this side.
Yeah, surely he wants to hold on to this, wants to deny this. This is the anchor backfill. The other guys are focused on trying to get some points here. 180R is over there. And he's trying to see if they can survive for just a bit longer in the dip below heaven. Slavin, great game for him. 3 kills, 571 damage. Damage leader currently in this game here. That's huge for him, but Redline still have not had the date they were hoping to get. And just waiting to see them. If Ares finds them at negative, this is a breach show. Oh my god, just insane shots. And then a self-nade, but man,
oh my god,
they are out though, Mark, but still insane from Shuro. This man just completely continues to deliver again and again.
That head just popped up for an instant and the show was on, but not for much longer though. It's Na'Vi able to kind of control zone. Does pull back down towards that southeast corner. We are sort of losing Hall of Fame. 180R have able to scrabble their way from our heaven. Unfortunately, for one or die, they're just there. It's a little bit of cover. They're going for the glider will provide too much, Martin. It's BB now starting to find the players. He's in. Oh my god, he's got Panda. Please do not shoot him, VP. He's gonna nade first.
No way.
Nade and Panda.
Oh,
no.
Medibay.
Ah, denied, babe. No, Metabay.
That would have been a huge Panzerfaust, dude. Like, if that hit right in the middle, that could have gotten so much damage done. Ascent, though, still continues to try to clear up hope. Brex got 4 kills, impressive from him. But they're just down to a 2-man here. They're trying to maximize, trying to salvage into the placement points at this point here. Beamy finds 180R. Wow. The majority of them gone down. 3 kills for Beamy and 3 gone the way of VP. They're pushing further up on the leaderboard. Extend still alive here. Gaming Gladiators on 3 kills with Extend having delivered all of them. Shots coming in from the side now. Connecting. HC still trying to out-heal here. Look at this. 7 first aids for him. Could potentially find some more points gone this way. Placement points being delivered to him now in the top 6. That's 2 guaranteed for Foot.
Yeah, but he needs to find ammo. That's the only problem. I know he's got some placement points. He's finding them at the moment. But at the moment, he needs to find some ammo.
Oh, he's dead. Oh, almost
no, he's good. He's good. The zone is favouring him as well. He says scrabble his way in. The tree might provide some cover. I feel like Beamy has a sixth sense for these things and might just look his way.
That's actually perfect, yeah.
Just is perfect.
And look at this, though. This zone here is difficult, but it did push out Alamo and Hall of Fame. And now VP can set up. They can push. They can set themselves up for a potential win here if they play this right. Is this too early, though, Mark? I'm worried about that for them.
Yeah.
It could be a better timing, but they decide to go in and make a car fort here. There's going to be 2 teams pushing. Na'Vi is driving as well, setting up another car fort. Bushido is going to be the last team that's going to be doing so. And that means that they're going to have both VP and Na'Vi looking at them when they are going to be forced to leave here. I'm not sure how many cars they have left or how many smokes available to them. Here, 3 on Iro's side. Looks like they have a taxi and a Dacia inside. HC's been found by Hackatari, and Slavin finds paint. Insane game here for Slavin.
That's it. Foot Esports will be out. There is a world now. If VP can hold the line, they might claim themselves a huge leapfrog ahead of these teams. I'll see Bushido now leaving.
Point delivery? Point delivery? Is this a point delivery? Oh, no. They're going to be playing the riches. Okay. So this is fine, actually. Oh, they're going around.
No, they're not. They're keep going.
Yeah, they're going all the way, Mark, here. They're trying to put shots into Versus Pro. They need to deploy more smokes, need to defend. They're going around for the rich. This is going to be a burger onto VP. Look at this.
Oh, my God. They've been sandwiched. Here comes Na'Vi nade. They get a huge nade. EB bits for 2 though, but Na'Vi's getting involved. Nixie's gonna fall though. They're gonna confirm 2 go down. They have to push forward. 10 kills as VP drive forward. Na'Vi want to try and clutch it out. It's all down to VP. There's only 2 remain. 5 teams are left here in what I can only call an open terrain battleground. And another point will go in. That's huge. 5 kills for Ibby. 5 kills there for Beamy.
Yeah, that's insane. What a great game for them. EB did go down, but yeah, Beamy might be able to survive just for a little bit longer. Now, Redline and Ascend are going to have to figure out who survives the south side and who's going to be able to take on the north side massacre that just happened. We went from 0 to 100 real quick, and Bushido was the engagers, but they went out early.
Na'Vi were just hoping that the fight was a little bit longer from Bushido. Hakitori will end, Beamy will fall. Only additional placement points there as they will leapfrog themselves up. Not quite into that top spot that they could have. Na'Vi with 3, Ascend with 2. Unable to unpin though, Slavin as a solo player.
Our leaderboard is just so tight. 2 points in between our top 3. Fairvis finds the links with the head of pains. And look at the damage being able to be done here. Ascend is just down. Good placement points for them being able to be gathered here, but Slavin, what a game from him. What a fantastic performance here for Redline. He's been able to step up and really put them on the board here. It's just not going to be enough, and it's too late for them. Still in last place after this, though.
Can't park there, mate. Jeez Louise. Just some vertical cover. As going to try and dig anything he can, but great shots will come in. That's Na'Vi will take the win. It's 11 kill, 21-point game, but it was the applied pressure that Na'Vi put on the VP after Bushido crashed in as well that conquered him that victory, James.
I don't care what anybody else said. This tournament is delivering. This is bonkers. We've got such a close race up at the top. Virtus Pro just went radio rental all of a sudden, and now we have this race for one more game. Martin, this has been a joy.
Yeah, it has been, and what a way for them to set this up. Surely Na'Vi, they're pushing themselves a little bit, but what a way for our second last game to come in here. It's gonna be so tight on leaderboard in so many ways here. Great to see Na'Vi step up, but I felt like if VP decided to play a little bit more cautiously and maybe take on Ascent and play on that ridge that Bushido actually went to rather than go this deep, then it could have been VP's game. But yeah, only the a fortune teller could have told us what was going to happen if that happened. But surely they're maximizing. They still denied that burger. They took on Bushido and denied that push from them. Yeah. And I did not expect that. I expected the Na'Vi top bun and the Bushido bottom bun to completely push together all the patty in the middle there for sure. And yeah, you didn't want to be in that situation, but I'm hungry a little bit, but you didn't want to be in that situation, but they just turned around and said, guys, nope, we're committing every single amount of utility that way. They got the knocks. EB got 2 knocks. We saw a lot of kills coming in there. I think EB ended on 5 or 6. Beamy also ended on +5. So that was a huge game for those 2 players. And yeah, Na'Vi 21, but 11 kills for Virtus Pro in a top race is just important.
Yeah. As soon as those 2 nades hit Bushido when they tried to go for that big wraparound, I leapt out of my chair. It was some cool stuff going on here, but nothing. It's the bombardment. Na'Vi, though, with 21 points, very important points for them to try and do something insane, but I don't think it's going to happen. They are in 5th currently, so technically they would be the next one to join the top pack, but it's a little bit too out of reach now, it does feel. But they are still playing a very good tournament here, Mark, considering that, they had Hall of Fame for a long, long time here. They knew exactly where they wanted to go alongside Virtus Pro, despite Bushido having not made their move just yet. So there's a lot of terrain awareness and knowledge for those kinds of moves to go into it.
Even for Youngo and the team, right? They saw Bushido leave, they back through into sort of that Hall of Fame, they can hold, but I love how quickly they can dial the aggression, right? Oh my days. They dialed the aggression really up and they applied the pressure to VP when it mattered the most.
Well, they would have to get an insane last game to try and challenge for #1 with Na'Vi, with everything said and done. But 1st to 4th place, just 7 points in it. Virtus Pro and Geek tied at the moment with that 145. Geek 100 kills, Martin.
Yeah, but they've been lacking a little bit on the placement points today. That's why they're not in 1st currently. Great to see BB also looking extremely strong here, guys. We're in for a blinder of a last match here. This is just insane that we're this close with 4 teams within striking distance of 1st place, and to take home the win would require obviously a fantastic performance in the very last game.
Do you see how we've infected him, Mark? He's saying blinders, he's saying bangers. He's been around Brits for too long now. It's been 7 years of Brits around Martin.
I've been influenced.
I know. The bombardment, where's Rich when you need him? It's all crazy. But, okay, I'm going to have to put both of you on the spot. Each one after another. I'm going to go with Mark first. If you had to pick out the 4 teams who you think's going to win it, considering form, who are you going for?
God, I don't know if I can say foot because T-Bone would take the mick out if I don't. There's something magical about VP today. There is something magical with VP. So I've got look. Geek are not on the press at the moment, right? They've not been getting the placement points. They have to go explosive. That's not their game style. But there's something magical. I've got to go VP. I'm really sorry for. I know T-Bone, you're gonna dig me out about it, but VP are looking good.
Yeah, but the problem is, if you set the foot, he would say, "You jinxed us, Mark. You jinxed us."
It's all mind games, mate.
It's all mind games. Yeah, right. Yeah, I also want to point out, guys, that I won our bet on Ascend. They're in 13 placement points. I said 12.
Yeah, no, you lost. We all lost.
No. I'm the closest.
The price is right. He's closest.
Okay. Yeah. So that's great. It's good. They kind of had a little bit of resurgence, but still far away in terms of the overalls. Sure, but that was good, especially in the last game. They're able to do super well. But in terms of the top 4 and who I think will come through, I think it's gonna be. I'll go with BP. Actually, they had the back-to-back in Oracle. They have the recipe for success. And they could go out with a huge game here and obviously close things out. And I feel like the kind of style that if they stick to that style, they will be able to close things out, to be honest.
So none of us curses foot. I'll go with the Geek comeback. There you go. This is maybe a help for T-Bone, maybe a help for Mark so he doesn't get attacked by T-Bone. But it is so damn close, all things considered. It's one of the closest tournaments we've had in a long time, with the way all of these teams have fought back, or there was the domination of Geek into the fight back for some of these teams. I thought it was going to be a 2-horse race coming into the last games. Not to be. Virtus.pro and BB have played an insane day. It's been magical to watch. And we'll see who's going to be able to take it at the very end. But very close. I think what's also very impressive, Mark, is that it's not just these teams that have really impressed me. It's the teams like SlamG, Win or Die, finding themselves up here as well, looking great in the Masters.
But to have multiple teams now over that sort of 100 threshold, and man still chasing, they didn't have a great day number 1, right? Day 2 is kind of there, so even to get up to 85 points for them is huge. And there's an argument to say, like, yes, we have to pick a team, or you force us to pick a team, but any one of those top 4 teams, there is a way of which they could potentially win this one. And it's really good to see actually the high competitiveness that we have seen from the Masters so far, that even down to the last game, it's down to the final circle, the final couple of shots there, where this team can dig out some points, they'll be able to crown themselves as a winner.
Well, I'm kind of just soaking it in at the moment. I'm still so impressed at how this goes down. I'm in awe. I'm in shock.
I want to ask though, before we let you go, James, here, because me and Mark, we're gonna have time to talk through in the game here.
For sure.
What would your preferred circle ending area be if you were to decide what would make the most exciting last game here of the EMEA Masters?
I don't know why my mind instantly moved to Salber again, but no, I don't want that. I want an urban ending. I want full chaos.
Right.
A Pachinki, a Rozok, something stupid to really cause problems, because it is game 6. There is the propensity for teams 9th through 16th to just go absolutely radio rental and start causing some problems and then maybe they bump into some of the teams that are on the pursuit, on the hunt. But I mean, the thing is that if you do bump into some of those teams that are on the hunt for that number 1 spot, I think all of them have been playing insane tournaments, so I don't even really want to fight them. Scary stuff. All right, well, one more game remaining, ladies and gentlemen. 4 teams very clearly on the hunt. We will be going back to the grassy pastures. A huge thank you around the world for tuning in so far for this. It has been the big names, wall to wall, winning out everything for day number 3. We thought we'd be coming in with only 2 teams sounding the drums of war, but now 4 teams swing open the gates of the gladiatorial arena to try and find themselves the championship here at the Masters. Mark, Avenger, take it away for one last time.
Thank you so much, James, here. Of course, the last game here out of the 18. It's been an impressive amount of games to watch with all our teams duking it out here, Mark. And yeah, we're starting up towards Stalber, north to south here. And with this plane path, I can't help myself thinking this is going to be a military game, Mark.
Well, I don't really want to say it. I didn't want to say it. It could potentially be. Might even see a BB jump for military as well. Yeah, a northeast down towards a south central, push towards that southwest. It's going to be interesting. And if it does go military, obviously Geeko will jump out for those 12 stacks, so they will try and completely close off that west bridge. So we will have to wait and see. Martin, if you had to pick a zone, where would you want to go though this final game?
Where I would like to see it go, I'd like to see a Yasnaya urban ending, just to throw a spanner in the works. But where do I think it's going? I think it's going to be a Primorsk Ferry Pier military 50-50 circle.
Ooh, that's could be spicy. So we were expected to see a heavy shift over. We saw that in the NA Masters. The American Masters. Do you know what? I'm an agent of chaos, military all day. I want to see fighting on the bridge. I want to see people trying to scrabble over. They have to find a way over. I have to wait and see. And even we have a nice little hot drop here between Hands of Hope and Ascent as they go for that military section at the moment. He has to lay down pretty quickly.
Yeah, Hands of Hope. Can you get start going here? No, Mim 16. They're jumping off. Engagements are going to be had here. Saiga in hand here. H-Pitch finds Killikai. And yeah, he's going to get flushed as well. Shotgun denied there. Chris trying to get with the backup here, but Sloyjack is on the top side. H-Pitch is on the bottom one. Not sure if he can get anything out of this one here. Gets a helmet. It's a backpack. Still don't have a vest.
It is a push forward now. I've lost one. Guy's down. Opting to go for the shotgun. It's hearing the rattle from the shotgun from the other side. Might be enough. No helmet. No from multiple. Brex even doesn't have a vest on either. Unfortunately, it's Chris. Gets caught by Sloy.
Oh, Sloy. Finds his Chris and Pains finds the bad shots coming in though from the other side. Nitro takes Pains down. We're just down to Brex. He has only a vest, no helmet. What can he do here, Mark? Can he set something up? Nitro in the distance and Sloy Jacket on the other side. Oh, good shot connects. That's huge. Nitro surely has a scope here. Flushes are coming in airspace as well on the backside. This is a good way to come in. Can he stay skinny up towards the wall here with...
He's using the door.
Yeah.
Really well.
Good line of sight usage here without a backpack on. Makes him suck your stomach in. Oh, it's gonna be the peak. It's gonna be a deny.
No.
That's a 2016.
That is unfortunate though. Ascend are the first to go here. 13th place at the moment. Have to wait and see though. I know they are about dope or red line. Can do anything to kind of close that gap down. The zone, well, the zone gave a very early in towards that Stauber. Does favour that kind of foot esports as they give or take home turf. I think they've got a big decision to make actually where does maybe the zone play, because there's a lot of water in here, Martin.
Yeah.
A lot of options of where the zone might push to.
It's coming the way of foot though, and they have to take advantage of that. They have to make sure they get some of these really good areas to kind of lock down. Not because you should be greedy, but they are in there. They're looting there. They have like second or third priority on some of the good compounds inside. Now Slaven, good performance last game here. Redline still in last place, 7 points behind Dope, and even more behind 100 ADR that they're currently looking to contest here inside Yasnaya. Could be a fun urban ending fight here just to see who's going to end up in the bottom spot or not. Redline's hoping to have a big game. You don't want to be 16th place in the finals.
No. They've earned their place here. Don't forget, obviously, they had to go through the Cup series. You watching, you can join the scrims and they're open. You get enough points and enough with your team through the scrims, you find yourself in the Cup. And if you find yourself in the top 8 position, you find yourself in the Masters or a Super Cup. And that's so dependent on the amount of money you'll be playing for. 20k is up for grabs though. And yes, Redline want to try and get off the 16th spot and move themselves a little bit further in to these top 16 teams in the EMEA region.
Look at this though. Lou is looking to get closer. Ivis doesn't know. Connects a good amount of shots. He tried to turn him in. Backup is there too. Nailub finds a good amount of damage. Down to 24 HP here for Lou. He gets taken down by Nailub. Nailub gets stuck in by the side from Perfectix. And look at that, man. Stealing all the points over here. Mad Negative also getting damage. So good shots from Perfectix. Takes Mad Negative down. Shro also turns in and steals Lou.
Lucky enough he's behind the tree. Didn't expect Perfectix to be there as well. So receiver knock, but they're over the other side of the bridge. Apart from that, it's not much more pressure. T-Bone! Well, he gets a knock. Esports have been conquering some terrain at the moment, but they left a little bit of a cookie jar in the middle and catch the Bushido team trying to loot the crate.
What Slam do here? Can they hold this push off here? They are. Sees him in the distance. Good shots. Hits a headshot onto Mogor. X-Rays that takes down Artix. T-Bones get the point on the Celtic here for the top teams now. They are just trying to send it in, trying to get the backup onto him. Look at that. Recoup gets boosted. And now we're down to just Lurix. Can he hold off? Can they also save Skeen and Maybe. Yeah, it looks like smokes are coming up. It's got power behind the trees. Now Utility's being committed to this one. Oh, Gore. Oh no! Oh my God! Almost lined up. Almost the swap. Oh, it's doomed. It's doomed. No. Look at that. Dope gets slammed, and they're going to be ending on 109 points. Winner Dire Twisted Minds could easily jump ahead of them. Now that would be a massive difference for their ending standing here, Mark.
It's all about the prize pool now, isn't it? SlamG have had a outstanding final here in the final 3 days. We're doing well. We're clawing our way up the table, and one of the unknown entities, should we say, not the household names. SlamG are in 6th at the moment, but yeah, Twisted Minds will die. I'll have the positioning to overtake both these teams. For Twisted Minds, 1 kill already, but 1 player down, as Lou will be waiting this one out. You do hear the cars of Na'Vi rotating just on the other side of the hill.
Yeah, let's see what they're going to be doing here. Once we see the first circle pop in a couple of minutes, Mark, that's where they really start committing to try to go into one spot. A lot of teams not even close to managing. Heaven's not even occupied at this point here, and we could easily see an ending of whereabouts in this area. A lot of the central spots are not taken at all. You can see the teams are playing quite slowly or engaging in fights and hot drops and other shenanigans if you're currently not in the top chasing pack here at this point. Na'Vi having lost 1 player could have an impact for their aggression throughout this last game. DK also playing cautiously. They have BB team ahead of them, as you see here. And I'm not sure if they're fully aware of the angles here, but look at that. PDD is going all the way on the other end here. Molotov. Oh, look at this.
On the tippy toes. He's going to wait. His car as he rotate a little bit further back now towards the north side. Geeke, they've been following the same rotation path, just a little bit too far away. PWD is going around the town, so he might get spotted as Vard does spot without dope. A couple of shots will go through, enough to kind of divert the team. Maybe put a wedge between them and BB if they continue to play this way. I need to think about actually late game. He's isolated to a degree here. And one thing you don't want, though, is to lose this car, lose the tyres. So help is a bit too far away.
Look at this. Look at this. He gets the info. Also not worth fighting for this spot at all. It's just to hold back. But Vard is getting chased. Can the backup come in? Yeah, the backup is coming already with shots. T-Bone trying to connect a few bullets here. With the 8x on the MK. No EMAC though. He has to reload quickly.
So played from them. It's a risky game. You're looking at the map, and Esports are pretty spread out. DK, they do hold. Hands of Hope will go through. Quizzy will get the first one. No, but has to divert slightly as Slory goes the other way, but information can be gained towards BB team that's not too far away from here. Will they continue to push this way or maybe push further in towards them? We'll have to wait and see as Quizzy gets that confirmed. First point on the board here for Geeke.
Yeah, that's massive. Chasing Foot currently. Only 2 points behind now. 1 point ahead of VP though. A 4-horse race here, Mark, for the win. I did not expect that once we started the tournament. Emergency pickup has been popped by Man. And yeah, look at this. Geeke also moving in. They're going to be close to BB team. And funnily enough, we have BB and Geeke close to each other and Foot and VP close to each other. Our 4 teams basically in duos potentially going to be fighting each other in the later stages of the game due to their proximity. Foot here waiting for a pop. Gonna be pre-driving soon, driving around 8C. Look at that, that's a good circle for them. 8C's compound looks good. Pixel's compound looks good. Surely this is a 2-2 split between the twos.
Yep, they got to give away that water. VP, it's really interesting to see. For Esports and Geeke for me, trying to go out and get kills, they're trying to get some points where they can. VP and BB trying to hold down, wait for this game out, wait for the madness maybe to unfold. Bushido, a couple of shots though. They have already lost one. No connection though, as they haven't got a kill on the board. Geeke chasing down without dope. They find themselves now on the outside edge, but said before, they're trying to chase some kills, and Quizzy gets him. That's another one on the board, and that point gap is getting closer and closer.
Yeah, this is exactly what we want to see from GK. We want to see this aggression. They're coherent about being open to having a fight with these guys, but then not worth breaching the compound. But if you can get out, get a point quickly, disengage, and still stay 4 alive, that'll be huge. Diffix though, found by Besto. BB teams now know that this is GK. This is a team they want to engage on. They want to make sure that they get in and get damage done here, Mark.
Can BB, it's a distance, can they do anything? They gained information, so do they sit? Do they watch? Do they wait? Do BB activate and get closer? Well, Deucey's already in the move, Monodoc's already in the move. We'll come back to that in a second. And Man, though, is trying to get some meds back on us. Win or die, we'll try and take on BME, another team that eager to get some points. Now, Sickle on the back, level 3 vest. Going to be helping him out as he's waiting for the guys from VP to kind of work their way into a position to try and help. But I think BME's spot has been spotted here. Nixie will drive on round.
That would be huge. Twisted Minds also in the fight, as you see in the lower bottom here. Virtus Pro. Yeah, this is a fight worth taking. For sure. Team has been found by Gedrox.
Go on, Nixie. He sees one. He sees the car driving away. Has got the smoke out, so should be able to get the res back on. They do. Twisted Minds. Hand of Hope, just fighting inside the southwest corner here. Hall of Fame, and unfortunately though, for Hand of Hope, they're going to go with the stack up of blue zone nades and a doozy though with the knock onto Quizzy. They are chipping away, and a team that is controlled when it comes down to aggression.
Dante, can you make something happen here? Can you open up a door with that Panzerfaust? It's going to be explosive, but I'm not sure that they're fully aware where he is. Sitting with an nade in hand too. Could cook it perfectly. Nice, good damage gone to Dante. That's the first aid immediately. Backup is there though, Mark. What's going to happen here to these two teams?
Danger is Redline just waiting. They've got to answer. Every time they see Geek in the kill feed, they've got to get another point. I wouldn't be too surprised that Foot has to keep 2 for 2, right? If you see Geek start popping off in chat, they can't hold this 2-2 split. They've got to try and make something happen. If Geek run away with the kills and maybe don't get the placement, it might be a little bit too late. And if you're Foot, you don't have a position. And talk about not being in a position, is in a position in front of a shotgun, though. Does work his way down there. Goes to Flash, looking for that peek on the other side. Let's get the connection. The Flash is extend his.
Oh, he sees his foot.
Tippy toes. His little tippy toes. He knows he has to reposition now. He knows exactly where he is. And here's the players coming from the outside. Great reposition. And he nearly gets into cover, Melman.
Almost trying to get him around here, but I'm not sure he's aware that he knows that he's there. The foot was just out the door. Pushing with the shotgun, extends though, turns on. That's not the aggressive push you want to do. The distance was just too far away for that shotgun to be able to get him down, but extends might be able to get both of them up here. I think that's possible. Gaming Gladiator still in the top 10 at the moment. They could maybe push themselves further, but they need to have a massive game for themselves. On the other hand here, important fight is happening soon, maybe with BB team potentially crashing onto Bushido. They're kind of waiting a little bit. Bushido is leaving the J compound behind at this point.
Did they miss it?
I think they missed
I think they missed the rotation now. I think they missed the rotation. Now, they came at the right time. They were looking for it, weren't they? But they didn't see the cars fully go. So they've gone back. Did they reposition? Did they follow that rotation path in from Geek? It's going to be interesting. Don't forget about Redline. They're also in Yaz. So Gaming Gladiators have a time. As you can now see them working in. See Melman's on the outside edge. Extends. Unfortunately trapped now. Maybe for me, get to the roof, try and jump over. Melman, Redline won't know the intel, won't know exactly where these players are. Zach Extends wants to take the fight though.
Yeah, he has to. These good shots connected here on Redline. Now they know. Oh, yeah, good. Has to do something. Nades are coming in. Oh, it's being blocked out. Now they can just do exactly what they want. Nice peek here. Great. Takes down Nutty. And now he has to heal, and then Slaven is going to put in a nade on him. Is that going to connect into the door? Not sure. Stun grenade comes out here. Can't deny. Maybe bounce a nade off the wall here. Can't do so. Yep. Gonna maybe get the confirm on him too. Oh, 42 damage only. Smoke's being deployed here. Stun grenade being deployed. Shots coming in. Extends. Can you connect with the shotgun? More stun grenades. More stun grenades. You're blind. Shoot. Nice. Well played here by Slaven. Utility use on point.
Means they are down and out though. And they are Trying to deal with the crash that has come in from Twisted Minds. Don't put down one. Cool confirmed as well for him. Andre the R. Unfortunately, one is knocked. Two further afield. Might try to hold down that compound. There's no point for them for pushing in. BBT, though, wrapping all the way around the other side of this J compound now, taking the fight on the outside of this. Those will be watching as Redline be looking to leave Yaz. They maybe will have the springboard when the zone shifts further afield. So maybe thread the needle in between these two teams. The problem is the open field terrain. This is where they need to get the information, gain how many teams are on that north side.
Circle pops in the 15 seconds mark. Is this too early for BB team to move? I like the pre-drive though. They can take this ridge, but are they gonna go deeper? Are they gonna try to clean up some of the teams in here? Shots are coming in from both sides, trying to thread the needle here on the fields. Still 4 guys strong. Now shots coming in from Perfectix. Doesn't connect to any of them. And now they're able to continue. Circle popped, and they're actually getting into a fantastic spot here on the western side. This circle went northwest, and they're already in here. They could take the high ground. They could take the control. This could be a BB team win.
And we know they can control a win from the high ground, so they do. Time it well. I was with you. I think they were a little bit early. I did think they were a little bit early, but there wasn't enough players, not enough bodies to try and stop that rotation. Talk about rotation. No, Geek rotate around the other side. Spiro is actually out waterbound. Well, dope. Catch it. Oh, he gets caught on the zone. That's not what you need. There's a UAV potentially to get airborne. PWD looking maybe to try and save his boy. So I won't know exactly where he is. Can you get... Oh, that splash is going to be a bit of a giveaway. Here comes the crash there. Red line taking on Perfectix.
Oh, good shots. Nutty, though, finds him. Badulin turns around. Diffix on the other side takes... They are down. Shro finds Nutty for the steal. Shots coming in. Badulin.
Oh, great shot.
And that's Red line out in 12th place here, Mark.
Going to be more chess. Fruity Sports, they've cut that 2-2 split now. They one of their compounds still remain in the zone of the south. Great shots, though. As he plays peekaboo. Diffix on the other side. PWD committed to the res to keep the bodies up. They are playing for a 4-man victory here. He takes a stab at a nade over. Not too far away. He's got an idea that they're there. Phase number 4 is going to punish a little bit. As they've got to get a little bit further afield. And with that dope, might be causing yet again more problems here for Geek.
Yeah, dope is delaying them. This is not the shot you want to be getting on towards you. Spyro's low too. Geeky does look to be disengaging here, but they're going to be engaging onto Virtus Pro shortly. These two teams fighting, and they have to engage on them. As a team, if they eliminate them, they could be setting themselves up for the victory here. Lukarux finds Diffix though, and now the drive-by happens here. PWD goes down, Spyro goes down, so VP is demolishing Geeky at this point.
No! How? They've just thrown away. They've had to play in. VP will be laughing. This one, Quizzy drives by. The car is in rags. The spray will come through, and he somehow gets through. But you're down to the solo. Scrap that. Another comes through, and he's down. And unfortunately for him, out in the blue, and the car is done. Looks like target locked him from VP. Will they try and close out the final player of Geek, or have they been bleeding enough not to secure the victory?
This is so unfortunate. Now BB team sees this. They know we need to get a little bit more points to be chasing here. We need to be surviving. And they're setting up for a victory on the high ground. We've seen them before in this area be able to close things out. Can they do so again? They know that they have a team ahead of them. The team is split up. It's basically a 1-1-2 split for win or die. BB does not want to engage in this unless the node comes their way. Maybe even potentially later, they are going to get the high ground and take it away. BB finds Quizzy.
Oh, done.
That's huge. Geek is out in 3rd place currently, but could be taken over by BB team.
How? They smashed day number 1. Oh, it goes back now towards VP. They smashed day 1. Day 2 entered the contention. And now we come to the final day, and there's 4 teams all eager to be crowned, taking the lion's share of the prize pool. Geek, though, not done themselves injustice, though. They are a scary, scary team for this year. For anybody else that is looking in on the EMEA region.
Imagine if BB does it, though. From last to first. They had 4 points in the first 4 games of this tournament. That would be insane. Foot, though, they're setting themselves up here. They need to take on Bushido at this point here. That front line man, does he know that he has players behind him? Surely soon he's going to know for sure. But there are players in behind him. He's trying to set up on a spot where he can potentially stay for longer. He does not look behind him. Bushido is in this dip here. Are they aware? He's jumping in. He's seat swapping. He's moving again. The information is coming out for sure. Now they're going to have to take on Bushido and defend this angle here. They want to make sure that this side of the ball is theirs, and HC finds Skeenan from Dope. Now they can take on Bushido, and Vard with an MK14. That's a scary prospect with Pixel with a P92.
P90! Push into the bowl. VP surely going to try and push onto this one. They're able to get the confirm though. Metabay launches the nade over the server side. That's going to cause some damage. He backs away. Doesn't quite get the connection. Oh, he gets Pixel. Pixel then takes the tumble. He goes down completely. What a nade from Metabay.
The blast pushed him away, and he died from fall damage. That's insane.
Took a tumble.
Took a tumble. VP looking to really set this up. This is surely VP's game for control, but still 2 teams in the chase. BB team setting up for a high ground control on this western side here, and they've been doing well so far. This little ridge here that Winner has, though, eventually he's going to be taken out. Doozy finds another point going their way with Get Rocks. 4 kills for them so far. Doozy and Molotov them 2 apiece. This is good. This is a good amount of control for BB. They're sitting on the high ground. They have the northern control. T-Bone finds Soset. That's Na'Vi down. Damage done to them. Foot's down to 3. They would have loved to have been a 4-man in this late game here. That could take home the victory quite a lot easier, but they have to stay a 3-man. They have to defend this. And now VP setting up for a backfill. They're trying to put damage onto HC. T-Bone's been fined by Nixie. He's falling apart for Foot.
No!
HC down 2. It's down to just Vard.
He's down towards Vard. It's a very difficult position to play for Esports. Are going to go down. That's 6th place, but we're going to be pushing the leader up. VP taking top spot. The question I have now is BB team. They need a huge amount of points and control, and they've got to get themselves a victory. Well, bag yourself another one there. Monodox will put Iroh down. It's a 4 versus 4. 3 and 1 as Na'Vi will try and hold on as a solo.
Na'Vi needs to kill all of Win or Die, and nothing happens now. Not Na'Vi. BB needs to kill all of Win or Die and Na'Vi, but I'm not sure it's enough. If they get all the kills and then also get all the kills in VP, it could be. I think it is. There's 8 kills available if they get all of them, and then the 4 points in difference from the 2nd place to 1st, because surely VP from this spot gets a guaranteed 2nd place. And there's a 7-point difference. They need to get all the kills and kill VP as well. They need to kill both Na'Vi and the 3 now Win or Die players for this to happen. With a P90 in hand and Phil first, it could happen. They could set themselves up for this, but VP has all the terrain mark. They have everything locked in and loaded for the guns as well. What a tournament for VP so far.
They need to go first, right? That's going to be the danger. They've got to go first. I wonder if BB understand this. They now lose the zone. They've got to try and play, and VP kind of a little bit of a victory lap here as the zone continues to bless the Polar Bears of VP. 5 kills at the moment. No, it's VP team destroying and Joy sticking away. The Small Dive team who are played well and stay there to get one. Out of my bag goes down. The car will flip. It will score, and eventually Na'Vi will say goodbye out in 4th place. Face another point not going in the way of BB team.
And I think that's it. I don't think that's enough. Beamy also getting the point there. I think it's done. I think it looks like it's VP that's going to be able to take everything home no matter what happens this game here. But I don't think BB is able to do enough quick math. I think that they still think it's possible if they get the win and the kills. But Rox has a Panzerfaust. He's looking to destroy dreams here. Looking to delay everything. Look at the amount of control versus Pro has, though. 8 kills and 4 guys alive with an insane amount of control. Look at this, driving around here.
Oh, that's what they want. Nixie gets an opening. Now they're going to close this one out. They've got the zone. Here comes the push through. BBT make the push towards Presenti. Nade looks to be cooked and ready, waiting for the car to arrive. That P90 shoots. No! Mimi will take Phil first down. Presenti will push himself back in towards the smoke, and VP clutch this one up.
Yeah, it's a victory lap, isn't it, already for them? Look at this.
Oh my God.
He saw him.
Nade.
Nixie gets the kills as well. Oh my God. Presenti down 2. Adusi trying to make the most of it. Do they get 2nd place away from Foot, though? I think it's close, but I don't think it happens. But it's versus Promark. 12 kills and the win to close EMEA Masters out to take home the overall victory. Oh my God, they're the champions.
What a comeback! VP working their way to victory. Esports unable to clinch up the last game, and GK slipping away, James. What a final game we get to bring.
100%. That was fantastic to watch. I feel for GK on the side to try and make something happen there overall. But Virtus Pro, what a banger of a day they had here, Martin. After the win on Rondo, just never-ending persistence, never-ending fortitude. Virtus Pro, what a win.
Yeah, what a game. What a way to do things. And I love that they also height aligned everyone here, because everyone knows that EB is 2 meters tall and Nixie's not that tall. So that's great too. That's fair for everyone. And yeah, for these guys to come in and make this happen, have this performance here, what a confidence booster for them going into the next couple of weeks too.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Congratulations to Virtus Pro. Obviously, this has been this last day especially has surpassed my expectations when it came to all of these challengers trying to challenge up at the top spot for GK. They are still the PEC champions for this region, absolutely no doubt about that. But then Foot challenging them, then Virtus Pro challenging them, then BB challenging them. It's been a really exciting day overall, Mark.
It's an exciting day, explosive day. I was saying before, like, it was day number 1, GK. Then day number 2, oh my God, Foot's contending, they're chasing them down, and we've got this sort of duo battle. And we come into day number 3, and there's a couple other teams going, hold on, lads, hold on. Yeah. We want to contend. And it went down to a 4-horse race, even to the last game. Every rotation, every steal they could get on the board counted. But when it came down to the very last moments, though, VP stormed ahead with the win. What a way to play this day out.
Yeah, and with Virtus Pro being number 1 at the end of the day, it was very apt, right, that Virtus Pro wins out the last game to kind of round it out too. Obviously, earlier on in the day, they were able to take so many points to put them in this spot, but for this game, it's a 22-point banger. And considering, Martin, as well, the fact that they get a victory after, which then pushes them to win the tournament in a game where pressure must have been the highest it has been all tournament long, with the 4 contenders trying to jostle for position. BB team still alive at the very end. The Virtus Pro played it perfectly.
Yeah, it's just according to the script, right? It's perfect for them to close this one out with a banger of a game like this. They fought for it. It wasn't a given. They took so much control. They pushed out teams. They third-partied at the right time. They took down GK. They knew exactly what was happening. And especially when you have a player like Beamy that's just so good at kill feed tracking, they were so aware that GK was the team to hold out. That's one team down. Then they saw the next target. Boom, taken down as well. Third-partied Foot. They single-handedly took down the 3 teams chasing for the win themselves to take this victory home here with 12 kills and the 10 points for the win. That's just so beautiful. Well, yeah, just according to the script, as I said, that's the way to do it.
A call according to the script. And of course, Mark, even though he didn't pick Foot, probably cursed them anyway. They did get a win at the very beginning of the day, but then it was the back-to-backs for BB team who fought back, and then it was Virtus Pro with a Na'Vi sandwich at the very end. But this last game, with GK rotating past them on that east side, it felt like fate at the end that they were able to take so many points away from it. I mean, 101 kills is huge for Virtus Pro. Impressed that GK had 102 kills as well, Mark, during all this.
Yeah, well, a lot of that came from the day number 1. Martin said that they're just not getting the performance when it comes to placement, and that was pretty much today, right? If they would have got more placement, it could have been a different ending, but it is a very, very strong. Can't take anything away from Foot. They actually performed really well. Okay, day number 1, day 2, day 3, really consistent. We know, obviously, you say before we take the mic, T-Bone has been having fun playing TPP, and I think it was just a bit unfortunate, though. That bowl, that sort of little crest at the end, easy to play in an FPP mode, but when you've got a team over watching you with VP on one side, then you've got to go back to Bushido. They just got caught, and unfortunately they were unable to get their boots in the ground, and that's why VP claimed the victory.
Well, I've loved it. You guys have loved it as well. Avenger, final words before we close things out?
Yeah, you know, this last game was just such a banger of a game. It's I have a hard time remembering the last time we had such a great game. And yeah, with the way that they were able to kind of execute it themselves, it's just like it was insane.
No.
It was just destiny. It was. And for me, the way that they executed this, and the way that they played, it just really talks to how good this team has become, and really talks to how good the future is going to be for this team.
Mark, final words?
I can't just off the back of that, like VP looking strong, and actually sometimes when they don't start off well, you always question actually what they're going to deliver when it comes to a tournament. They didn't get the great starters here, they've done pretty well, but actually, do you know what? It's proved a point. They can close out events, they do it with style. I've loved every game. Thank you very much, obviously, you two. It's been a pleasure casting with you. And it has been a lot of explosive action, which is kind of what I wanted.
Yeah, we've had a good old time. The teams have had a good old time as well. Congratulations to Virtus Pro, our champions. When adversity was against a lot of these teams, we saw teams rise to the occasion to try and challenge at the very top. And Virtus Pro did it in spades, especially in this very last game as well. Huge thank you to everybody tuning in around the world. Thank you to production. That does it for the Masters for EMEA. We still have the Masters coming up for Americas, so that will be on in just a few hours' time as well. That does it for us here. We will see you next time. Bye-bye.